maintained in a space where they can have shelter, and that they are clothed and have access to basic amenities for survival. But it impacts our society in ways that we may not immediately be aware of. So when we would have had the Cameroonians, also the Dominicans, they had to be housed somewhere, and typically the community centers is where they're housed. So we'd always get a lot of calls. I would get calls to be like, why we can't use the community center, why the community center is out of use. But it's because we have an obligation to these migrants who were illegally smuggled into our country to ensure that they are protected and maintained until they are determined to be able to either leave or then have to be integrated into our society as a result of claiming asylum. And so am a big supporter of anti-smuggling because I am very well aware of the social impacts and implications of having illegal migrants, who we then have to maintain and support by way of right and obligation, and something that we do, and the costs that we bear as a result of that. And so I want to, of course, encourage and wish the bill safe passage in that regard. I also want to note that, in the section in the bill, there's also a Part 7, which actually also speaks to the processes related to the return of smuggled migrants. So one of the things, no misconception, want to make sure people don't have is that while we are committed to ensuring the safety and protection of persons who are smuggled migrants, we also, it's not that we're trying to keep everybody, especially if you arrive here illegally. So there is due process in terms of returning smuggled migrants to states that they are known to have some sort of tie to, whether they're citizens of another state or have already received asylum or refugee in another state. So this bill, I want to make it clear that this bill actually also outlines the processes related to the return of smuggled migrants. And when it comes to the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs and Social Services, that is usually placed the responsibility of caring for smuggled migrants, the first question is always, so when are they going to leave? What are we going to do? And how do we facilitate the process of them moving on? Because again, of course, there is a cost for every individual, every smuggled migrant that the state has to bear. If there are children involved, we have to make sure those children get access to education and are put into school, because it is the law that all minors are to be in school, whether you are here legally or otherwise. You need to make sure your child is educated. That is the right that we want to ensure. So, it is a cost, but so it's very good to see that in addition to penalties that are included in terms of the offenses for persons who are smuggling migrants, that we also have clearly outlined processes in this bill related to the return of smuggled migrants, and that up until that point where that is determined, that the state also recognizes and will, of course, respect the protection and human rights of persons who are smuggled, because, of course, that is a commitment that we have in accordance to international laws. And so, with that, I again want to commend the drafters of the bill. I commend the mover of the bill for bringing this, especially in a timely way in response to experience that we would have had most recently. And I'm really glad that we now have some very clear guidelines and legislation around how we deal with persons who smuggle in order to discourage that kind of activity, in order to also ensure that we maintain a standard of protection for persons who are victims or are smuggled migrants, and also a clear process for return of smuggled migrants. And this bill provides for all of those things, so I wish the bill safe passage. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Senator. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honourable Senator Latoya Jones.
Madam Speaker, I rise to share my thoughts on the Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2024. I find that this bill is not a controversial bill. However, I want to add my voice to it because it is an important bill, and our people must understand the issues that we face, and we have to try and create legislations to deal with them. Madam Speaker, the 21st century has clearly been the century of migration and human mobility. People, goods, and services are moving at a faster rate than ever before. In the last decade, Madam Speaker, the process of globalization, conflict, climate change, economic hardships have pushed the most vulnerable people to migrate to seek a better life and safer conditions. This, Madam Speaker, has given rise to smuggling of humans. Now, human smuggling involves, and I know the AG mentioned it, providing transportation of fraudulent documents to an individual or individuals who voluntarily seek to gain illegal entry into a foreign country. I also want to say that the crime may begin as human smuggling, but it can quickly turn into human trafficking, which involves the exploitation of men, women, children for forced labor or even for sexual exploitation. Madam Speaker, human smuggling is not exclusive, and we've learned that today, to larger countries. I know when we look at the news, we often see African migrants journeying across the vast sea to get to Europe. But we've seen it here, and AG has mentioned it. I could recall on Boxing Day, I think it was 2021, 17 Haitians came ashore in Nevis. I think it was in September of 2022. 15 came ashore at Gallows Bay in Nevis. And there have been similar instances in St. Kitts. I'm aware, I think it was in September 2023. 10 nationals from Haiti were caught close to the coastline in Half Moon in Frigate Bay. So smuggling is not just international or for larger countries, it's happening here. And so we want our people to understand and to be mindful and to be careful and on the lookout for these things. Madam Speaker, the whole idea behind human smuggling is that the smugglers bring non-citizens to our shores by evading our immigration laws and unlawfully transporting persons under the radar. They provide fake identification documents for those who are being smuggled, they alter and falsify legitimate documents, and they even steal persons' identity. They charge vulnerable individuals lots of money for them to be smuggled. They transport them in unsafe conditions. They are not concerned about the safety or well-being of these individuals. They are merely concerned about being paid. Madam Speaker, persons may be of the misguided view that the smuggling of humans is an innocent undertaking that has very little impact on those who are being smuggled into our countries. But this is the furthest thing from the truth. Madam Speaker, human smuggling impacts everyone. This represents a security risk that can lead to organized crime, drug trafficking, weapon smuggling, etc. Those who are smuggled are quite often exploited, could be during their journey or when they arrive at their destination. They are forced into labor or sex trafficking. Smuggling routes and conditions are hazardous and expose people to health hazards. The conditions are normally unsanitary and conducive to the spread of diseases, and we don't want that to happen here in our country, Madam Speaker. The migrants and their families have to pay exorbitant sums, and the AG mentioned it, to be smuggled, money that they can hardly afford to lose. Additionally, Madam Speaker, if caught, the host country, we have to house, feed, and clothe them, and it is quite expensive. I think the AG mentioned we've spent over 100,000, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so we have to understand this issue that we face and how much it could cost us. Madam Speaker, over the years, the smugglers have become more sophisticated and it's become more challenging to catch them. This is because human smuggling is run like a business. It has become complex, it is extensive. It increases daily because of high profits involved and the low risk of being caught. I know the AG mentioned that a boat captain was caught. I think he spent a short time in prison. But the boat captain is just one person in a big scheme. So it is to make the connection and link it to the bigger person. But Madam Speaker, smugglers have set up networks that involve recruiters, middlemen, boat captains, persons who provide illegal travel documents, etc. Smugglers today, they have utilized and misused technology, thus reducing their risk of being detected. They limit face-to-face contact, and now they're using online to do their business. So, in other words, it makes it difficult for us to trace them. And that is something that we have to find a way around. But legislation would help to curb some of these issues. Madam Speaker, their platforms are professionally run and they use the darknet, like they say, to hide their identity. Being anonymous makes the criminals difficult to trace. They hide behind fake names and use encrypted communication methods, posing a great challenge to law enforcement. Madam Speaker, it goes without saying, and I will say it again, that stronger legislation helps in curbing human smuggling. Today's piece of legislation is indeed an important milestone that complements existing legislation that can help to prevent human smuggling. This legislation will hopefully act as a major deterrent for smugglers who put vulnerable people at risk. With these few words, may it please you, Madam Speaker.
Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honorable Senator Dr. Clark.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill and bring further context from the reasons driving migration, in particular climate migration and displacement. Allow me to delve further into this issue and its linkages to the bill, not only to stress the importance of mainstreaming climate across development, legislative and security issues, but also to share the cruciality of protecting our borders, resources, and people as an exposed island nation within the Caribbean region. The global impacts of the climate crisis are not evenly experienced. Some countries, in particular, low to middle income countries, experience the consequences of the climate crisis more acutely than high-income countries where buffers and safety nets are built into their economies. Vulnerable countries and vulnerable people will move. Humans have been on the move for millennia. So migration, as this bill clearly outlines, is not the problem. And this piece of legislation, is not a migration management piece of legislation, but speaks more importantly to national security and criminal justice. Vulnerable people, when they move, migrants, they're moving because of experiences which are just too grave to manage: agricultural decline, economic fallout, national security. In fact, current research has linked countries experiencing unrest and national security issues, especially in some African nations, with the climate crisis. And this is either water scarcity that is experienced as food scarcity, it forces people to move, or food insecurity, which is then experienced as national security. Groups fight over resources. And we can come closer home to Haiti, where this is a gruesome reality. The climate crisis is directly linked to national security and the protection of our borders. Every day when we turn on the news, the European countries, America and Mexico, Africa and Europe, the Caribbean, we are facing increasing threats of migration. But what has become more problematic is the illegal smuggling of migrants. What we're doing here today is protecting the rights of migrants who move. It's their right, but protecting them against the illegal smuggling, protecting our country and our resources, protecting them against being abused financially, families being separated, and lives lost due to the illegal smuggling that happens under very perilous environmental conditions exacerbated by a changing climate, a warmer climate, rising seas, perilous seas, unnavigable seas. In fact, just recently, Al Jazeera News confirmed that increasing climate pressures will see an increase in migration and, unfortunately, an increase in smuggling under perilous conditions, and I quote, where migrants being smuggled will be exposed to unbearable warmer summer temperatures. Lives are expected to be lost. If we take a quick read of headlines globally, we're seeing refugees' hopes to be acquitted are appealed. Anxious Zimbabwean and migrants smugglers are being watched. Migrants are younger. Illegal smuggling increases. Perils of climate crisis and national security and migration. African refugees bought, sold, and murdered. And I can continue. The realities are such that each country, each region are making moves to protect their borders, to protect migrants, and to prevent illegal smuggling. As such, it is important that we support this very critical bill, that we protect our borders, that we protect our resources, as the Honourable Senator outlined on both sides of this Parliament. That support for this bill is a recognition that as the climate changes, as the world changes, as security risks increase, countries and states must make appropriate legislation to protect their borders. With that, Madam Speaker, I wish this bill safe passage through this Honourable House. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Senator. Clerk? I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to make my own contribution to this bill that is being debated before this Honourable House, the Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill, a new bill that is being brought by this government to deal with what we see is an increasing problem across the Caribbean and the world at large. Madam Speaker, due to the hidden nature of smuggling, there is no real way to come up with actual statistics to inform us as to the breadth and length of smuggling across the region or the world. Back in 2016 or thereabout, it was estimated that about 2.5 million migrants were smuggled in exchange for an estimated 5 to 5.7 billion US dollars. This is obviously a gross underestimation because we cannot see or account for all of the smuggling that is actually taking place. But this is a starting point. In the Caribbean, it is it's estimated, that the lowball figure is about 80,000 to 120,000 persons being, in this case, either trafficked or smuggled. Again, no real way, that's annually, no real way to know the extent of the numbers. But the point is, as the point has been made by the mover of the bill and others who have contributed to the bill, that there is a great financial incentive for smugglers to smuggle. And so what we are here today to do is to create a legislative disincentive. So there's the financial incentive to get people moving, and we now are taking up our responsibility to provide a legislative disincentive. So this bill is really directed at the smugglers, the architects of the trade, the harborers of the trade, to disincentivize them to use St. Kitts and Nevis as one of the spots for smuggling or for drop-off points to facilitate smuggling. It is also very important to note, as mentioned, I think, in previous submissions, that the smugglers, which this bill is attempting to address, they take advantage of vulnerable people trying to escape some unfortunate situation or perhaps get into a better situation. And so they are vulnerable and impressionable, and smugglers lose that opportunity to pull from them as much as possible. That is where the financial incentive comes in. But the problem that we have noticed is that even in doing the wrong thing of smugglings, they go further to do more wrong things, where they take money from vulnerable persons with no intention of fulfilling the agreement that they have made to those being smuggled. And so we believe that there are cases where captains and agents of smugglers are taking money from these vulnerable people and intentionally not reaching the destinations which they had agreed to reach. And so they use old vessels that may not cost much to them, knowing very well that it might not be able to make the trip, or knowing very well that they will sacrifice it. And so the persons being smuggled are loaded on these vessels, and the captains and whomever are working that boat will know that I am going to abandon this vessel. And I may choose some place where if I get caught, I don't have to spend too much time in prison or anything. I would have collected, if I have a boat of 20 people, and each one of them give me 2,000 US, I would have collected, that's what, 40,000 US? That's the maths, right? 20 times, 80 you're supposed to be. That's 40,000 US, 20 times 2,000 US, 40,000 US, collected that, abandon the boat, they have the money, they go to a place where they think, if I get caught, I might be released in a month or two, and I go back and I do the very same thing. Some of them even don't care if, for instance, persons' lives are lost or anything happens to them. In fact, the regional office for Central and North America and the Caribbean of the UN Migration Office, according to their Missing Migrants Project, migration routes in the Caribbean have the second highest number of deaths or disappearances. Nearly 1,180 migrants have been reported dead or missing, with drowning accounting for 93% of the period between 2016 and 2022. And so there are people who are collecting money from these persons only to lead them to their debts, and hoping that they can do it over and over again. And what this UN Migration Office has found is that while legislative enactments are happening across the globe, they are slow in coming in the Caribbean region. And so I want to take this opportunity to commend our government, the mover of this bill, the minister responsible for this ministry, which is the Prime Minister, and the Attorney General's office, for creating this bill to make St. Kitts and Nevis an example of a progressive nation dealing with issues that are at our doorstep. And so, as the AG would have mentioned, we hope that this piece of legislation will spur our counterparts into action, so collectively we can create a region of disincentive for smuggling. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to turn to the bill and how it intends to disincentivize persons from being involved in smuggling. If we turn to Part 3 of the legislation before us, and it deals with the offenses of smuggling of migrants. I want to take the opportunity, because sometimes in the debates, when people are listening, they don't get the time to go and read the legislation that is before this Honorable House. And so I want to read a bit of the law, the proposed law, so that persons can understand what the bill is trying to accomplish. So under Section 8, which is in Part 3 of this bill, a person who, with intent to obtain directly or indirectly a financial or other material benefit, so any sort of benefit at all, whether we could count it in money or something else, engages in 1. Conduct preliminary to smuggling by sea or air or of persons who are not citizens or legal residents of St. Christopher and Nevis by not complying with the requirements for legal entry pursuant to the provisions of the Immigration Act, or smuggling by sea or air of persons who are not citizens or legal residents of St. Christopher and Nevis, while engaging in conduct referred to in paragraph above, produces fraudulent travel or identity document, or procures, provides, or possesses the document referred to in subparagraph 1, or arranges to have a person who is not a citizen or legal resident of St. Christopher and Nevis to remain in St. Christopher and Nevis in contravention of the requirements set out in the Immigration Act, commits the offense of smuggling of persons. Now, it goes further. So this is where you pick up the persons, you intend to maybe run your ship, your boat ashore on the Southeast Peninsula or on Booby Island or something, and persons have no, when Coast Guard goes and intercepts, persons have no legal documentation. It goes on, where in committing an offense, which is the smuggling offense I just referenced, a person endangers or takes action that is likely to endanger the lives of persons concerned, or engages in inhumane or degrading treatment in relation to persons concerned, that person, in addition to the offense of smuggling, commits the offense of aggravation. So not only transporting them, but if you do so in a bad way, a bad boat, they could drown, they could lose their life, they could be sick because all of it's too many people on one boat. So it goes on that where evidence is found that a vessel is engaged in smuggling of migrants by sea, the vessel may be seized and forfeited. Now, what are the penalties? A person who commits an offense of smuggling under this section, remember the first one I read was smuggling, shall be liable on summary conviction to a fine of $200,000 or imprisonment for 8 years or both. And on conviction, on indictment, to a fine of $300,000 or imprisonment for 15 years or both. So now a captain must know that the vicinity of St. Kitts and Nevis is a no-go. Because if I'm on a small boat charging persons 2,000 US and it's only 20 of them that can fit on the boat, which is around the number we usually see, that's 40,000 US. If you get catch, you have to pay at least 200,000 or maybe even 300,000 EC dollars and spend between 8 and 15 years in prison. Now imagine if we were able to create a belt of disincentive across the region like that, to join others. The creative minds that these smugglers have would have to go to figure out something else to do. That is the point of bringing this bit of legislation. Now, a person who commits an offense of aggravation, now this is where that first one was just smuggling, so you have a very nice captain who put them on the boat and so on, very cordial and so on, etc. Bring them and drop them off on Booby Island and so on. He is guilty of smuggling. But then you have the don't care one who do a beat up boat and have the occupants of the vessel throwing out water as the boat moving, with the threat of them drowning. That person can be guilty of aggravation. And under this section, a person who commits an offense of aggravation under this section shall be liable on summary conviction to a fine of $250,000 or imprisonment for 12 years or both. And on conviction on indictment to a fine of $500,000 or imprisonment for 20 years or both. And they can be charged for the two things, correct? AG?
Yes, alternative. Yes.
They can be charged for the two things at the same time, or it's
Aggravation and the other?
yes.
Yeah, alternatively.
So
You could charge with aggravation, and if aggravation fails, they can then be...
Okay. All right. That's the lawyer talk. Because the speaker understands immediately what he said. So, if you are planning on conducting smuggling in the vicinity of St. Kitts and Nevis, after today, if this bill is successful, please be aware that when we catch you, because we are making significant strides in our border security capabilities, when we catch you, and if you are successfully prosecuted, you will be liable to a minimum of $200,000 fine. Well, not a minimum, sorry. Up to a maximum of $200,000 fine to a maximum of $500,000. Or from a maximum imprisonment of 8 years to a maximum of 20 years. No smuggling allowed in the vicinity of St. Kitts and Nevis. And we could seize the boat and any property therein. So this is a strong statement that the government of St. Kitts and Nevis is making, and we are inviting our colleagues in the region to join us. We have to protect our vulnerable people and find ways that we can empower them through the struggles that they are going through. Now, I also want to speak about accomplices, because sometimes there is an incentive. I will drop off these smugglers here, house them for some time, and allow them to permeate or to go out into the community slowly, or facilitate onward transmission. For those persons, a person who participates as an accomplice to an offense under this part commits an offense and is liable to a fine of $250,000 or imprisonment for 7 years. So if you are considering making some money from being an accomplice for persons who are being smuggled, know that if you are caught and prosecuted successfully, you will be liable upon conviction for a fine of $250,000 or imprisonment for 7 years. Madam Clerk, you're going to try that, or you ain't in that business? Good. What about the person who not the captain, maybe, or not even the accomplice holding, but they're directing, they're sending messages, they're making calls, they're facilitating, they're organizing, they're directing what's happening. A person who organizes or directs another person to commit an offense under Section 8 commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine of $250,000 or to imprisonment for 7 years. So don't organize nothing, don't direct anything, because you're just as culpable, just as guilty. And then finally, I want to touch on those who may harbor or attempt to harbor migrants. Because sometimes, Madam Speaker, the migrant might be a young, strapping young man or a young lady, and they come to shore. You know that they are an illegal migrant. You befriend them, and you feel that you need to harbor them, and they might start to pay you some money or in kind. What's in kind, AG? But you get some sort of financial or material benefit out of you harboring them. This law also applies to you. So any person who intentionally, in order to obtain directly or indirectly a financial or other material benefit, and for the purpose of exploitation, whether by himself or another person, harbors or attempts to harbor a person, commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding $100,000 or to imprisonment for 2 years or to both. So don't harbor any illegal migrants. This law now applies to you. And so, Madam Speaker, the point of this bill is to be a disincentive for the smuggling trade. We do not know the true numbers of those who are smuggled. We do not know the true numbers of those who die or who are missing. We cannot measure it because it is an underground or attempts to be an underground trade. But we have a responsibility to do something about it. And again, I want to commend the mover of the bill, the Attorney General's office, the Cabinet of Ministers, the Minister of National Security, our Honorable Prime Minister, for effectively taking the regional and Caribbean lead to do something that is very, very strong in the eyes of combating smuggling. And with those words, I want to wish the Anti-Smuggling Bill 2024 safe passage through this Honorable House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honourable Attorney General, the mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I wish to briefly wrap up the debate on the bill shortly titled Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, my colleagues have all made excellent contributions. And I think the fundamental points we must take from this debate as a people, Madam Speaker, are these. One, if this bill is safely passed in its Honourable House, St. Kitts and Nevis and its territorial waters are to be avoided. I know that many of the migrant activity and the interviews with the migrants that have been smuggled in our recent past, many of them said, I paid to get to St. Martin. And I don't believe, as the member for number 3 said, that's a coincidence that they ended up in our jurisdiction. I think the boat captains are smart and they go where there is the least risk to their freedom. But after the passage of this bill, I believe that St. Kitts and Nevis will be the last place the boat captains will want to have their boat engines turn off or trick persons being smuggled into dropping them off into our territorial waters or onto our land, Madam Speaker. But I also want to balance that, Madam Speaker, with the provisions in this bill which speak to human rights. We must be a responsible country. We must treat everyone, no matter of their nationality or their condition, with human dignity and respect. And I'm very happy that this bill balances the deterrent effect against organized smuggling crimes and criminals with the human rights that are provided to the vulnerable persons who actually are smuggled. And I believe that those counter points, Madam Speaker, should be the takeaway, that we are going to be firm, our laws will be firm when it comes to organized criminal activity in our region, through our waters, on our land, as it relates to human smuggling, but also we are peaceful, law-abiding country that respects the rights of all people, no matter where they're from. Firm hand and comforting hand, Madam Speaker. And that all goes into the ethos of equilibrium. And I believe that this bill was well drafted. It was not originally drafted by our chambers. It was a model bill, which we then tailored and made bespoke and put a lot of work into, Madam Speaker, because I made a promise to the other attorneys general in a meeting that I asked for. And I was very strong because at that time, a lot of our people's money was being spent on migrants, and we were seemingly the most preferred destination for both captains at that time. And I wasn't, I asked the permanent secretary when I was finished if I was too harsh. And she said, just harsh enough, AG. And I was happy that after my long, was it Calypsonian minister member for number 3, soliloquy?
Soliloquy.
After
Soliloquy.
soliloquy.
Yes.
After my soliloquy and the look I had on my face, I was very happy that my colleagues, Attorney General, were all on the same page. And I'm happy that we are leading this charge. I implore our brothers and sisters in the region to also join with us so that we can create a safe region. And the more climate change affects our territories, as was rightly pointed out by the Honorable Senator, it's where the rubber hits the road, Madam Speaker. If you had a farm, and because of the lack of rainfall, your farm in your country can no longer produce money for you to take care of your family, you then try to seek other opportunities. And this is a reality that we're facing, and this is likely to increase the numbers of vulnerable persons as well as migrants who look for that opportunity to move to another jurisdiction. And it's important for us to have strong laws that discourage illegal migration when we have all of the various options available for legal migration, Madam Speaker. And with those brief words, Madam Speaker, I think with all that has been said from this side and the other side, that I believe, I suspect, I hope, I'm confident that this bill will receive safe passage when the vote is put to this honourable House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Attorney General, the mover of the bill, for his wrap-up. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to give a bill to give effect to the protocol against the smuggling of migrants by land, sea, and air, supplementing the United Nations Conventions Against Transnational Organized Crime, and to provide for related matters, otherwise known as the Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. Very well. You may proceed, Madam Clerk.
The arrangements of sections.
I am not able to hear you.
The arrangements of sections.
The question is that the arrangement of sections stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 1 through 5.
The question is that clauses 1 through 5 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes.
Clauses 1 through 45.
Just a minute. We have to revert to committee stage. I apologize. Thank you kindly. Yes, please.
Clauses 1 through 45.
The question is that clauses 1 through 45. Am I hearing that correctly? I don't know what's happening. The question is that clauses 1 through 45 stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Anything else I missed? Very well. House resumes. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, with the bill safely passing through committee stage, I move for it to be read a third time and passed.
I second that motion, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to give the effect to the protocol against the smuggling of migrants by land, sea, and air, supplementing the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, and to provide for related matters, otherwise known as the Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. Honorable members, before we proceed, it is now minutes to 1. Is this a convenient time? Or should we proceed? Very well. Short in my estimation and perception of short, or short in relation to the usual?
Objectively short.
Very well. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I rise to have read for a second time and debated the bill shortly titled Immigration Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, this amendment bill is effectively to align with the Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill, which was just passed, Madam Speaker. It is what we call an ancillary amendment. The Immigration Act currently provides the following penalties. A person who smuggles or will, without lawful excuse, knowingly or recklessly conceals, harbors, or shields from detection any other person who is smuggled into or is otherwise in St. Kitts and Nevis in contravention of the Act, or who having entered St. Kitts and Nevis under the authority of a permit issued under section 13.2 has contravened or fails to comply with any condition to which the permit is subject, is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $50,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years or both. Similarly, there is an offense under the Immigration Act which states that anyone who knowingly or who is reckless of the fact that another person has been smuggled into St. Kitts and Nevis, or in respect of whom a deportation order is in force, without lawful excuse, does any of the following in further violation of the Act, that is, transports, moves, or attempts to transport or move that other person within St. Kitts and Nevis, engages in any conspiracy to commit any of the acts referred to in paragraph 1, or aids or abets the commission of any of the acts referred to in paragraph 1, is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $100,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years or to both such fine and imprisonment. Madam Speaker, as you see from those two provisions, that is a broader immigration offense, which not only involves smuggling, but concealing of persons who have been issued with a deportation order. Typically, with smuggled persons, there would be no deportation order. But if there's someone who has breached their visa, for example, or otherwise breached the immigration laws, these provisions can apply. So what we have sought to do with this amendment is to bring the penalties in line with the anti-smuggling, because we feel they are all part of the same type of criminal activity and typically could all be part of the same criminal organization. So what the proposal in the bill, the very short bill, which only has one paper, 6 sections, is that the concealment offense, $50,000 fine moves to $100,000, and the 3-year maximum moves to 5 years. And the transportation offense, the $100,000 fine moves to $200,000, and the 5-year imprisonment moves to 7 years. The bill also defines financial or other material benefit to include any type of financial or non-financial inducement, payment, bribe, reward, advantage, privilege, or service, including sexual or other services. So member for number 3, that is what I meant by in kind. So the amendment is to expand on the definition of financial or other material benefit which a person can receive for participating in this type of criminal activity. And the proposed penalty is meant to deter persons from participating in the ancillary smuggling activities that align with the offenses under and the penalties under the Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill, Madam Speaker. So it is extremely short. And the only other thing that this bill does, it is that it gives certain power to the chief immigration officer that he or she, that post, did not have before. So there's an amendment to section 27, which reads now, as proposed in the bill, in the exercise of his or her functions under this act, an immigration officer shall act in accordance with the directions and instructions of the chief immigration officer. Or what people may not remember is that the immigration office used to be within the police force. Then there was a separation and immigration became independent. This is an amendment to the act which was not done during that process, which we're trying to fix. And the other one is an additional section 27A, which has further to the provisions of section 26, the chief immigration officer shall be responsible for the investigation, arrest, and charging of persons who commit offenses under this act. And in exercise of his or her powers pursuant to subsection 1, the chief immigration officer may consult and collaborate with the commissioner of police in such manner as the chief immigration officer may deem fit. So the bill also gives power to the person who's actually in charge of immigration, Madam Speaker, the Chief Immigration Officer. And that is the extent of the bill. So, Madam Speaker, when I said I would be objectively short, I think this bill and what it does is very easy to explain, especially in the context of the debate that we just wrapped up, which spoke to this country's view towards smuggling. And Madam Speaker, this bill also received consultation from the Director of Public Prosecutions, Controller of Customs, Chief Immigration Officer, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of National Security, Commissioner of Police, White Collar Crime Unit, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So when we do these bills, when we prepare them, when we draft them, we get input from the various stakeholders and try to comprehensively deal with the amendments in the bill so that we don't have to come back over and over and make adjustments. So, Madam Speaker, with the very brief purpose of this very short bill, that is all that I have to say, and I wish the bill safe passage. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honorable Member for number 2.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise at this time to second the reading of the bill and, of course, to lend my voice as to how the proposed amendments impact one of the ministries I lead, particularly tourism. Before I proceed, though, I want to commend the mover of the bill and the contributors to the previous bill, which which was successfully passed in this honorable house, that is the Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill. This immigration amendment bill basically, as the mover would have indicated, proposes amendments which aligns penalties within this immigration bill to those outlined in the Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill that was successfully passed in this House. The amendments in the immigration bill are identical, Madam Speaker, to those passed in the bill that was successfully passed. They not only outline offences, but a more comprehensive legislative proposal as to the issues that we have in immigration, particularly with the smuggling of migrants. And these proposed amendments, of course, are not only significant to us as a nation, but they also pose significant importance to the tourism industry on a whole. Now, Madam Speaker, tourism, the industry in tourism, of course, thrives in an environment of safety and security. And the proposed amendments, of course, in this immigration bill, whereby, and the amendments particularly in section 27 and section 32, whereby in this bill, it's section 6, where it amends section 32 and increases the penalty from 50, it says in section 32, it increases the penalty in section 32, in subsection 1, by replacing the expression 50 with the expression of 100, and in subsection 2, by replacing the expression of 100 with the expression of 250. It also gives, in section 27, as the mover says, it expands the jurisdiction of the Chief Immigration Officer by allowing him or her to have the responsibility of investigating, arresting, charging of persons who commit offences under the bill, under the act, the substantive act. Now, in tourism, the industry, as I said, thrives on the issues of safety and security. If, for example, visitors or even industry partners are not satisfied with the issues of safety and security in our destination, it is likely that we're not going to get flights. So in tourism, we have the Civil Aviation Department, and I want to take this opportunity to commend them for the hard work and their dedication to the industry and to the government and the people of St. Kitts and Nevis on a whole. But the Civil Aviation Department, they regulate aviation in the industry. And then we have those who work in the Maritime Department. They too are responsible for the safety and security at our seaports and at our cruise ports. Now, if, for example, let's use the airports, if we are not satisfying partners, such as TSA, which is the Transportation Security System, that we are complying with international standards, they are likely not to issue permits for carriers traveling to our jurisdiction, traveling to our destination. Why we want to support this bill and why I support this bill, Madam Speaker, is the mere fact that the bill proposes to increase the penalties for any offences outlined under the Immigration Act. It shows and demonstrates to our partners that we are serious about tourism. Not only are we serious about tourism, but we are serious as well about immigration. We are serious about law and order. And so we had an incident over on the weekend. Even in tourism, we have an agency called the Urban Development Corporation, and we have a marina there. And we've been saying to the persons who work there, particularly in security, we've been reiterating the importance of safety, security, compliance with laws such as the immigration laws. We work closely with different agencies in tourism, such as customs and immigration. And so we've been investing time and resources into ensuring that we understand our mandate and how we work together, and the importance, therefore, of complying with immigration laws. And so on the weekend, we had an incident, and I am happy to report, Madam Speaker, that we worked closely at the marina, the UDC Marina, with the Immigration Department, particularly the Chief Immigration Officer, whose jurisdiction was expanded by virtue of this Act, Section 27. He did a thorough investigation with the staff at UDC, which resulted in an incident being resolved and resolved properly. It is for reasons like this, Madam Speaker, that even though the amendments relate to immigration, they touch and concern the tourism industry. And I think that the sections proposed, the amendments, not only increases confidence of our industry partners, such as TSA and the IMO, ICAO, and all the other partners we work with in tourism. Not only does it the sections, the proposed amendments, increase the confidence, can result in an increase in confidence of our industry and our destination with our industry partners, but I also support this section and the proposed amendments because it helps us in executing our mandates. And so, Madam Speaker, I wish to say that I support it's a very non-controversial bill. It just, like I said, and the mover says, expands the jurisdiction of the Chief Immigration Officer and increases penalties. It essentially just aligns what the penalties are in the Immigration Act with those outlined in the previously debated legislation, which is the Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill, successfully passed. And so I support the bill. Madam Speaker, it helps us with our agenda, like I said, in promoting responsible tourism, and I wish the bill safe passage through this honourable House.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher II, seconder of the bill. Is there another presenter? I recognize the Honourable Attorney General, mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I wish to wrap up the debate on this very short, but as my colleague, my learned friend and member for number 2, and excellent tourism minister, has said, the bill is very short, but it's important. And Madam Speaker, I think we have been able to effectively discharge our duty to the people of this country, which is to explain to them what we come here to do and what the black words on white paper say, and why it's important for us to spend our time debating, drafting, and passing legislation such as this. So I have nothing else to add, Madam Speaker, but to wish this bill safe passage through this honourable House.
Thank you, Honourable Attorney General. The question is that the Immigration Amendment Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Immigration Act, Cap 6.02, and for related matters, otherwise known as the Immigration Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Immigration Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
Clauses 1 through 6.
The question is that clauses 1 through 6 stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. You have to wake up. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. My apologies. House resumes. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the bill, shortly titled Immigration Amendment Bill 2024, has passed through committee stage without amendments, and I now move that the bill, shortly titled Immigration Amendment Bill 2024, be read a third time and pass. May it please you.
Seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Immigration Amendment Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to amend the Immigration Act, Cap 6.02, and for related matters, otherwise known as the Immigration Amendment Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Immigration Amendment Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
Yes, Madam Speaker, with your leave, I want to propose that we have a nice extended lunch and resume this honourable house at 3 p.m.
Very well. Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that House stands adjourned until, well, break for lunch and stands adjourned until 3 p.m. this afternoon. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. House stands adjourned until 3 p.m. this afternoon. My apologies.
Christmas. Spirit of goodwill to all man. Mash up. Mama, thank you, Johnny, get Christmas coming. Mama, thank you, Johnny, get Christmas coming. Christmas coming, then New Year's morning. Christmas coming, then New Year's morning. Mama, thank you, Johnny, get Christmas coming. Mama, thank you, Johnny, get Christmas coming. Christmas coming, then New Year's morning. Christmas coming, then New Year's morning. Ay, 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 mash. Oh, yeah. One Christmas Eve, casually I was walking down the street. One Christmas Eve, casually I was walking down the street. I was attracted by the voice of a little boy as he held his mother's hand, telling of his plan. What you think the conversation could be? As he said, listen, Mama, I want you to tell Santa Claus to bring a trumpet and a concertina for me. I'm so lonely, cause there's no children here by me. Ma, you don't know how happy your son will be. We'd like to wish each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Merry Christmas, neighbors. Merry Christmas, strangers. We are happy to share and show the world that we care. Merry Christmas, neighbors. Merry Christmas, strangers. We are happy to share and show the world that we care.
Give me some rum, I want some rum and some sorrel.
Look how you're swaggering. Mama, mama, would you like to join your son? I am over here, happy in this warm-up country, darling, for this Christmas. Your son will be really jumping. Listen to the chorus of what we always be singing. Drink a rum and a punch of cream, drink a rum. Mama, drink if you drink it. Drink a rum and a punch of cream, drink a rum. It's Christmas morning. Drink a rum and a punch of cream, drink a rum. Everybody will jump in. Drink a rum and a punch of cream, drink a rum. Shaking and doing the whole thing.
I'm on bus Santa Mary with I tap. Christmas time is a time for giving. We all know from since we small, but from year to year it's the same old thing. Santa coming to call, we always forget it or ignore it, and that ain't nice at all. We are West Indians, so don't be off guard when Santa come to call. Just get an oil drum and a big stone, get some cowhey or the job boom, cook some yam, and your great big. Let Santa eat cause belly big.
just provided so that we could all know that Christmas time is near. Christmas flowers grow, Christmas breezes blow, and everywhere you go, another Christmas feeling grows. Move your foot, move, just back, so, mash up. I know that I should be sleeping, but maybe he's not far away. So out of my window I'm peeping, hoping to see him in his sleigh. I hope he won't forget that I ain't ready yet to his reindeer sleigh. A Betty, a Lizette, a Matty, a Missette, ole, ole, ole. Mamacita, don't let the Santa Claus out of falling because it's Christmas Eve. You're jamming, you know what time it is? This is the marathon. Mash up! Good morning.
Good afternoon, everyone. House resumes. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lead the debate on the bill shortly entitled Citizenship by Investment Unit, Bill 2024. I rise, Madam Speaker. Before I get into it, Madam Speaker, I find it necessary to speak to the people, our dear people, Madam Speaker, frankly and honestly, as I've always done when it comes to our citizenship by investment program. Madam Speaker, many questions have been asked, many things have been said, many answers have been given. But of course, Madam Speaker, the questions keep arising and the answers given. And so today, I will continue in that vein, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must be blunt and direct with our people in the spirit of openness, transparency, and the principles of good governance, particularly given the recent media discussions about the CBI, Madam Speaker. It is a fact that our CBI program is at the crossroads. Also, it is a fact that our CBI program is under attack. However, many of the allegations made about our CBI program are false. Many of the things said are based on rumor and are not facts, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is why I have said repeatedly that CBI is the most challenging issue I inherited when I took office to lead this federation, of course mandated by the people, on August 6, 2022, when I was sworn in at our government house. Madam Speaker, I want to remind our people that from day one, I was upfront, open, and transparent, and always said to the people that this issue of the CBI is very challenging and would be the most challenging for our administration. Possibly then, Madam Speaker, it may not have been fully understood, but I think as time goes on and many things are said and the media is in a frenzy, I think to a great extent now our people have come to fully realize and understand why I would have made those statements very early in my term. Nevertheless, Madam Speaker, I was not daunted. We were not daunted as an administration. This cabinet that I lead with the A-team, we acted swiftly and decisively to clean up the mess that we met, Madam Speaker. I said from the beginning that all programs, ministries, departments, civil servants, those who do business with the civil service, all will come under the code of good governance. We do not seek perfection, Madam Speaker, but we seek continued improvement in our governance here in our Twin Island Federation. Madam Speaker, this mess that was left by the Team Unity administration, whose key decision makers cared nothing about the value of our citizenship, Madam Speaker, nor the integrity of our now 40-year-old CBI program. And there I dare say, Madam Speaker, they did not even really care about this federation, St. Kitts and Nevis. They cared more about themselves. It is a stark example of putting self above nation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for those who are not aware, our Constitution and Citizenship Act allow persons who invest substantially in our country to apply for the privilege to become a citizen. Since 1984, those applicants who successfully satisfy our due diligence requirements and invest substantially can be issued a certificate of registration as a citizen and thereafter a St. Kitts and Nevis passport if they so apply. Madam Speaker, what we did is to make sure that we would have done all that was necessary to set our CBI program as we sought to set the whole government on a good path towards good governance. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I wish to speak to our people about the carefully planned actions taken by the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration to reform our CBI, which has led to this bill being debated today. We took swift and decisive actions, and I committed to leading major CBI reforms to protect the reputation of St. Kitts and Nevis and the program itself, Madam Speaker. Our country's reputation needed to be salvaged. Our country itself needed to be salvaged, Madam Speaker, because, as I would mention even later in more detail, that because of the mismanagement of the last administration, our economy became then, under that administration, to be heavily dependent on the CBI program. Madam Speaker, hadn't they learned the lessons from when we were so heavily dependent on sugar? And what happened in 2005? Hadn't they learned the lessons that were had from our over-dependence on the tourist sector? It is only a diversified economy that can give us a resilient St. Kitts and Nevis. But people, through mismanagement, self-interest, and putting self above nation, brought our economy to depend heavily on this sector that was described by the IMF as a volatile sector, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on taking office on August 6, 2022, my cabinet of ministers were inaugurated on August 13, 2022. One of the first orders of business was to solicit and receive a report on CBI in cabinet, Madam Speaker. We received that initial report on October 3rd, 2022, just a few weeks after taking office, Madam Speaker. Thereafter, we ordered a comprehensive legislative review of the CBI regulations. I then scheduled my first official visit to Dubai, the UAE, in December of 2022 to meet with CBI agents and stakeholders to announce the major reforms we decided to make to the CBI regulations. Dubai is the epicenter of CBI globally, and that is why I traveled there, Madam Speaker. In Dubai, on December 1st, 2022, I announced our evolved CBI program founded on sustainability and good governance. I also spoke to CBI stakeholders about the proposals in draft CBI regulations. Madam Speaker, this is December of 2022. Less than 6 months of taking office, significant measures were already taken to strengthen our CBI program and to safeguard it. Back then, Madam Speaker, I was criticized vehemently by members from the past Unity administration about these changes that we were making, Madam Speaker. I was criticized vehemently by some agents and some service providers, Madam Speaker, because what was taking place, Madam Speaker, we had to make sure that it was placed on the principles of good governance to protect the reputation, but not only the reputation of the country itself, Madam Speaker, and to see how we can build a more sustainable program so that our country can be more resilient. Madam Speaker, on December 23rd, 2022, after wide stakeholder consultation, new CBI regulations were enacted into law. A board of governors was introduced to oversee operations of CIU, review developer applications, and prepare submissions to Cabinet. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, a technical committee was set up to review files and advise me as the minister with responsibility for citizenship. Madam Speaker, we criminalize in those regulations underselling. For the first time, it became a crime that, of course, carries penalties, Madam Speaker. That is how serious we were about making sure that the CBI would be set as the whole of government on the principles of good governance. Madam Speaker, underselling occurs when a CBI stakeholder seeks to discount the statutory minimum investment sum required to be made by an applicant seeking to apply for citizenship by investment. By December 2022, we had been informed that underselling practices became normal in the overall CBI industry, Madam Speaker. I'm not speaking of St. Kitts and Nevis, I'm talking about this as an industry, all over. We, however, would not tolerate such practices and therefore made it specifically a criminal offense for the first time in 40 years, or in the 40-year history of our CBI program, Madam Speaker. On February 9, 2023, after more consultation, we published amended CBI regulations which further strengthened the procedural application requirement. The amendment introduced advertisement restrictions and new international marketing agent due diligence requirements. Madam Speaker, these were seen in the industry as being draconian, Madam Speaker. But had we not taken these measures, where would we be today, Madam Speaker? Even though we are at the crossroads and we are being hurt because of what was done and is being done. Had we not done anything, Madam Speaker, there would be no hope. And therefore, I stand tall today to say that the decisions that were made to adjust the regulations to protect the program, protect our reputation, protect St. Kitts and Nevis, that I feel justified in doing so. But that was not guesswork, Madam Speaker. It was foresight, analysis, and the seriousness to set this industry also on the principles of good governance. Madam Speaker, as mentioned, we did the CBI regulations and we strengthened the procedural application requirement. And we made sure that people would not be out there advertising St. Kitts and Nevis citizenship by investment as if you were selling sugar cake and a corner. Come get one, this amount of pop. Well, which country you want people to speak of in that manner? Definitely not our country. We also rein in international marketing agents and make sure that due diligence requirements were applied. Madam Speaker, I must reiterate again that because of this, we were heavily criticized. I was particularly heavily criticized because I am the minister responsible for CBI. Madam Speaker, on February 25th, 2023, after only 6 months of being in office, the historic U.S. Caribbean Roundtable and CBIs was held in St. Kitts, right here at Park Hyatt. All of the 5 prime ministers of CBI operating Caribbean states were present. I think it's 4. Along with officials from the U.S. Treasury Department, the governor of the ECCB, Governor Antoine, and heads of the CBI units in the respective countries. At that meeting, 6 principles were agreed by all 5 CBI states. 1, collective agreement on treatment of denials. 2, virtual or in-person interviews during due diligence process. 3, additional financial intelligence unit checks of applicants already enforced in St. Kitts and Nevis. 5, annual or biannual independent audits of CIUs. 5, retrievals of cancelled passports. And 6, suspension of particular nationalities, Madam Speaker. That was already enforced here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, with this, we then went about implementing each of these 6 principles in our CBI program. On March 7, 2023, we came into this National Assembly, Madam Speaker, and passed the historic Anti-Corruption Act and fundamental amendments to the Integrity in Public Life and Freedom of Information Acts as part of this administration's good governance transformation. We did this for the good of our nation, saving our reputation, our program, and our nation in and of itself. Madam Speaker, to protect our nation in the future from people of the same ilk as some of the men and women who sat in cabinet under the corrupt Team Unity disaster, Madam Speaker. I will say it all the time. Almost every program was corrupted under the previous administration. Madam Speaker, the work home and abroad to restore the good name of St. Kitts and Nevis continued. On July 17, 2023, I attended the EU Select Summit in Brussels, Belgium, and met with the EU Commissioner about the CBI, Madam Speaker. After that meeting, I immediately came back home and ordered a further review of our CBI regulations. 10 days later, on July 27, 2023, new CBI regulations were enacted with the fundamental price changes. US $250,000 minimum investment for the Sustainable Island State Contribution and Public Benefit options. The real estate option minimum investment was increased, and private homes also. An option, private home option minimum investment was increased to $800,000. On that date, we also, by order, banned applications from other nationalities, from other nations, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you can see, with less than 1 year in office, we made fundamental changes to our CBI program. All of this was done to save the program, Madam Speaker. It wasn't by accident. It wasn't a strategic, it was a strategic and well thought out plan of action, Madam Speaker. That is why today we can stand tall and have the opportunity to salvage our CBI program. Because we were not giving lip service, but our actions were, of course, our words were backed by our actions, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, you know what was a key element of our reform planning? Maintaining constant communication with our international partners. This was done from day one. We provided them with reports and updates on our applications, our processes, our due diligence service providers, and whatever information they considered important for their analysis, mainly for their security, Madam Speaker. Further, on August 18, 2023, St. Kitts and Nevis CBI officials, led by Attorney General, met with UK Home Office about our new CBI regulations and practices. On October 26, 2023, our same team of officials met with US Treasury Department in Florida, along with officials from Caribbean CBI states, to discuss progress on US Caribbean Roundtable 6 agreed principles, Madam Speaker. On January 25, 2024, the team met with EU visa officials in Dominica to update them on new regulations and current practices. Madam Speaker, we have maintained constant dialogue and engagement with our international partners. However, we knew that the prison project had contributed to over 20,000 new citizenships being granted in a short period of time, Madam Speaker. This is the travesty. The travesty in all of this, Madam Speaker. 20,000, Madam Speaker, citizenships, over 20,000 to 25,000 new citizenships being granted in a short period of time. Madam Speaker, let's pause for a moment on that. How can anyone grant 25,000 citizenships for a prison? 25,000 based on the new census, and the Minister of Sustainability is here, Senator Honorable Dr. Joya Clark, that we are about 53,000 residents here in St. Kitts and Nevis, both citizens and residents. 53,000, Madam Speaker. And for a prison, you give up to 25,000 new citizenships. Madam Speaker, this is a travesty. It is borderline treason. On a prison project, you have granted citizenships to up to 25,000 citizens, half of your population. Madam Speaker, if any percentage of those persons were to come here, what will happen to St. Kitts and Nevis? But nobody was thinking about St. Kitts and Nevis. People were thinking about themselves, Madam Speaker. Putting self above nation. This is a travesty. And I want history to record that I informed the people of this. Our children must know this. Our grandchildren must also know this. This cannot be hidden from the people. This is a travesty, Madam Speaker. Any leader who grants 25, 50% of your population in citizenship by investment over prison, any leader who does that, Madam Speaker, should never be able to face the people again. Madam Speaker, this hurts badly, you know. Each time I watch the number, I call the AG. AG, is this real? Is this number real? 25,000 over a prison project? In such a short period of time, committing the country to this? Committing the government to this? Madam Speaker, every citizen should be outraged by this. This was totally unnecessary. Our country should not have been subjected to this risk, Madam Speaker, with this high number of citizenships over prison. Madam Speaker, I have more statistics to give because we have continued to do our work and more information is being revealed. Madam Speaker, to this, one of our international partners even commented, we know that St. Kitts and Nevis under the new administration had slowed down the water flow of citizenship by investments. But what about the dirty bath water? They're asking me, what about what has already been gone? Your administration, Mr. Prime Minister, you have done significant amount of work. You have implemented stricter regulations than any other jurisdiction that does this. But we are asking about what was gone. I can't fully account for what was gone, Madam Speaker. There are those who must account for that. And therefore, my response is always that this administration will do what is necessary to make sure that we protect our program, our country, and that we are no risk to you. 20,000, Madam Speaker, up to 25,000 is a travesty. And then people come talking about how they love their country. You don't love your country by words, you love your country by action. But Madam Speaker, because some people were getting thousands of dollars per citizenship, and that is why they have accounts in the US in the millions, Madam Speaker. This is how bad this thing got. Granted 25,000 citizenships for a prison project. Madam Speaker, later on I will get into more of that. But our international partners knew that Team Unity, what Team Unity had done. They knew what they had done. The horrible mistake was that was the prison project. And we spoke about it before the elections. And we spoke about it after the people would have given us an opportunity. And this has hurt our program, Madam Speaker, has hurt us badly. And I will get into that later on. This might go down in history as the worst decision ever made by any government. Not just in St. Kitts and Nevis, but in the Caribbean, Madam Speaker. And time will tell that story. Giving half of your present population in citizenships by investment, that is a serious, serious issue, Madam Speaker, that must be treated as such. Madam Speaker, nevertheless, we were not deterred. We therefore brainstormed and decided in January 2024 to set up St. Kitts and Nevis Continuing International Due Diligence Unit. Madam Speaker, we're not looking at excuses. We know what we have found, and we are determined to seek solutions, Madam Speaker. That is why the international partners recognize the efforts that are being made by this administration, even to our own detriment in terms of our revenues, Madam Speaker. Because we must protect our reputation. We must protect our country, Madam Speaker. And this unit is something new, innovative, within the Ministry of National Security. We call it the CIDD unit, and it will be led by our former Commissioner of Police and now OECS Ambassador to Morocco, Mr. Ian Quilly, a lifetime law enforcement professional. Madam Speaker, we are serious. We have to be mindful about people's security, always, and we want to ensure that we engender the confidence in the international partners, or international partners, that we are serious about their security as well. The CIDD unit will conduct continuing due diligence on citizens by investment worldwide. It will be headquartered in Europe. It will also ensure, one, that citizens holding passports issued by St. Kitts and Nevis and residing and working internationally abide by the laws of the countries in which they reside and visit, and that they respect the international laws as well. Two, alert the Ministry of St. Kitts and Nevis, that's the Ministry of National Security, alert the Ministry of National Security of St. Kitts and Nevis citizens who are being investigated for committing or have been arrested and or charged with financial or other crimes internationally. Three, liaise with and report to international law enforcement, anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing agencies when St. Kitts and Nevis citizens are being investigated for committing or have been arrested and or charged with financial or other crimes internationally, Madam Speaker. Four, retrieve passports issued by St. Kitts and Nevis, which have been cancelled by the Minister of National Security, pursuant to passports, or immigration rather, pursuant to Passports and Travel Document Act, Principle 5 of the U.S. Caribbean Roundtable on CBIs. If you look at it, it is right there, Madam Speaker. And 5, create policies to mitigate and address any risks associated with SKN citizens who obtain their citizenship via our CBI. Madam Speaker, we are implementing this. Already, other countries are expressing interest in setting up something like this. So we are making sure that there would always be strict security measures to protect ourselves and to protect our international partners, Madam Speaker. We are not just complaining, Madam Speaker, but pointing out the ills that were done, but we are seeking for solution. That is why we were put here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, despite all these strong, strategic, transparent actions this administration has taken with respect to CBI, we are not out of the woods. We are not out of the woods, Madam Speaker, because there are still things that we are working on, and quickly so, Madam Speaker, and we are being the most aggressive in making sure that we implement the policies that will engender confidence in all who are involved in this industry, including our international partners. Madam Speaker, we are well aware that on March 13, 2024, the EU member states ambassadors agreed their position on a draft regulation which allows the EU to suspend visa-free travel for third countries whose nationals are exempt from visa obligation when traveling to the Schengen area. Madam Speaker, on that news, I immediately, as chairman of the OECS, negotiated the execution of a memorandum of agreement signed by St. Kitts and Nevis, Commonwealth of Dominica, Antigua and Barbuda, and Grenada on March 20th, 2024, in which these 4 CBI states agreed. You are correct, 5. Madam Speaker, what were these things that were agreed to? Increase and harmonize the minimum investment threshold to an investment sum of at least US $200,000 no later than June 30th, 2024. So it's quickly approaching, Madam Speaker, quickly approaching. Madam Speaker, 2, end on the selling practices, Madam Speaker. Share information on CBI applicants, implement enhanced transparency measures such as the disclosure of funds received by CBIs, the use of the proceeds of CBIs, and to conduct independent financial and operational audits to assess CBI's compliance with best practice standards. 5, assign or establish a regional competent authority to set standards in accordance with international requirements and best practices and to regulate the CBIs. 6, establish common standards to manage the communications and promotion of the CBIs. 7, establish common standards for the regulation of agents operating in the CBIs. 8, facilitate joint training programs and capacity building initiatives for their respective officials and agencies involved in the administration of CBIs. Madam Speaker, this is the first time that this type of MOA would have been signed by the countries involved in this industry, Madam Speaker. First time. But it was not the first attempt, as some of the prime ministers who were there before me, they would have said in meetings that attempts were made to harmonize the CBI industry here in the sub-region. However, it was never attained. And we have come together, all prime ministers, and we have decided that we need to harmonize. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that St. Lucia, that one state who had not signed the MOA originally, has now signed on June 3rd, 2024. Madam Speaker, just let me get a little bit of water here. Yes, I got it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to announce that St. Lucia, the one state who had not signed the MOA originally, has now signed on June 3rd, 2024. St. Lucia also suggested that there be an annual quota, a net worth for applicants, escrow accounts held locally, and a requirement that all licensed promoters be allowed to submit applications, which the heads will be meeting within the next few days to discuss. Madam Speaker, I can say that we are scheduling to meet this Thursday as heads to start to put in place these measures, or to continue putting in place these measures, so that we can meet the June 30th deadline, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, but that is not all. After our team examined the FATF OECD November 2023 report, misuse, where it states, misuse of citizenship and residency by investment programs, and reported to Cabinet, we decided to table the bill being debated today, the Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024, on March 26, 2024. If you recall well, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure you do, that was the first reading. Madam Speaker, my actions as the Minister and with this government since taking office speak for themselves, and our thrust for implementing good governance transformation in all areas of government will continue. I am committed to the task at hand, which is to reform St. Kitts and Nevis CBI, save our reputation and protect our nation. This process has been one of my most difficult challenges in office, Madam Speaker. Extremely challenging for a number of reasons. One, the reputation of our country. Two, the protection of our nation. Three, the fact that CBI contributes so significantly to our annual budget in terms of revenues. Four, so that we can continue to have visa-free access with our international partners, Madam Speaker. If anyone analyzes this, he or she will quickly recognize how critically important it is to protect this industry. But again, we are at the crossroads. We are not out of the woods, and it is very, very challenging. But we are up to the task, Madam Speaker. And those who create this problem, Madam Speaker, should never have the gall, as we say in St. Peter's when it is small, have the gall to go before the people to speak about integrity and needing a chance to serve people again. Madam Speaker, this government will continue to transform this nation. I am committed to the task at hand, which is to reform St. Kitts and Nevis CBI. This process has been one of the most difficult in office, and I repeat it because of the four reasons that I gave. But Madam Speaker, with all of this being mentioned, what is the way forward? Madam Speaker, you may be asking, what is the way forward? We have a plan. I have a plan. The goal is to transform St. Kitts and Nevis into a sustainable island state with a diversified economy less dependent on CBI revenues, Madam Speaker. I have been saying this from day one. We have been saying this from day one. If anybody asks why a sustainable island state, we kept saying it, but as time goes by, people are getting a better understanding and fitting it into the context of what I'm discussing today. We can clearly see why we need a sustainable island state with a diversified economy less dependent on CBI revenues. Madam Speaker, the plan is clear. The strategy is in place. The people are being informed. A sustainable island state to maintain our way of life and even improve upon it going into the future. Making sure we have a country for our children to inherit. Making sure that presently we can deal with the scourges of what's happening adversely against us, such as climate change, increased food prices, inflation, all these things that negatively affect us. What can we do to mitigate, to maintain, and to continue to grow? The sustainable island state model. And when you read the IMF report, Madam Speaker, of 2024, you will quickly recognize that the IMF mentioned about how we intend to diversify and how we intend to steer this great ship of St. Kitts and Nevis away from depending on the fragile industry, the risky industry of CBI. Madam Speaker, let me say that CBI has been important. It is a good industry when properly regulated, managed, and used for the purpose that it should be used for, Madam Speaker. And so we believe that CBI has its place. However, we must never allow our nation to rely too heavily on one sector, Madam Speaker. And that is why we need a sustainable island state, and that is why we need to diversify. Madam Speaker, the transformation of the nation into a sustainable island state is based on 7 key pillars of the Federation's Sustainable Island State Agenda. Namely, and the minister who has been leading on this, Minister of Sustainability, Senator Dr. the Honorable Joy Clark, who has been doing a tremendous job with respect to this. And the 7 pillars that we came up with, Madam Speaker, as we discussed in the last budget, and when we did consultations leading up to the last budget, they are food security. Madam Speaker, one of the things that is hurting all of us in St. Kitts and Nevis, and especially the most vulnerable, is the cost of food. It is because of inflation, international inflation. Madam Speaker, I was just in Turkey. Do you know what is the inflation in Turkey? 75% is the inflation in Turkey. 75%. Do you know what is the inflation in St. Kitts and Nevis? 3.4%, Madam Speaker. 3.4%. In Turkey, it is 75%, to the point where some people are saying it doesn't make any sense to even take a loan because the interest rates are so high, Madam Speaker. But here in St. Kitts and Nevis, we have done a lot to mitigate that level of inflation. We have one of the lowest inflations, Madam Speaker, because the government has invested in the people. That is why when it comes to the Human Development Index, we were #1 in CARICOM. That is not to say that people are not having things challenging and difficult. I know that some people are having it challenging and difficult. I'm aware of that. And we must take that seriously. And that is why we have subsidized so much. There is no country that I know in this Western Hemisphere who is subsidizing like St. Kitts and Nevis. We subsidize gas that goes in vehicle, tanker gas, electricity, food. We made school free, dropped student loan interest at Development Bank, and we have restarted the student loan program recently after having to put $10 million in Development Bank because of bad management and corruption that took place under the previous administration that run the bank into a debt of $333 million, Madam Speaker. We have done that. And what we have done, the Minister of Agriculture is here, member from number 4, who has a plan 25 by 25, Madam Speaker, for our food security, to decrease food imports by 25% by 2025. That is why he said 400,000 slips of banana and plantain. Drought program, where farmers are getting fencing material. They're getting plastics to cover the soil. They're getting drip lines, Madam Speaker, and water tanks. Madam Speaker, a lot is being done to help that industry so that we can increase food production. Madam Speaker, green energy transition. That is why, for the first time in history, Madam Speaker, member from number 9, who is also the Premier of Nevis, we worked out, and the leader of the opposition, a resolution that we passed right here in this Parliament, treating the geothermal as a federal asset so that we can develop it, Madam Speaker. We have been talking to investors. The Premier or the leader of the opposition has been, the member from number 9, has been also at the forefront of these discussions, Madam Speaker. Because if you look at the IMF report, it says that if we are able to develop that resource, we would not even need CBI, period. Madam Speaker. Green energy transition is not just to save the planet, even though that is possibly the most critical part of it, but it brings potential to bring significant revenue, create hundreds of good, stable jobs, making sure that our economy can transition and become more resilient, Madam Speaker. Green energy transition is fundamental. Economic diversification, more agriculture, tourism. Minister of Tourism is here, who has been working tirelessly hard. I spoke to 3 of the hotels here in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. I spoke to Park Hyatt, I spoke to Marriott, and I spoke to Koi, and all said to me that their numbers are up this year, Madam Speaker. Up beyond even what they projected it would be. And the tourist season has expanded. And there was no need for them to lay off people, Madam Speaker. And so the hotel industry has become more stable. That is what you call sustainability, Madam Speaker. Agriculture, cutting down on food imports, expanding financial services. The CBI is a fundamental part of it. Small business, and we'll announce a new small business plan. The orange economy, Madam Speaker. We are discussing now the digital economy. To have healthcare, to offer services, Madam Speaker, to those who do not live in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, we have to diversify our economy to make it stronger. Sustainable industries, Madam Speaker, the creative economy, COVID-19 recovery, and social protection. All of this to create a sustainable island state. Madam Speaker, with respect to the CBI specifically, 1, further amendments are currently being drafted to legislate the regional commitments contained in the CBI Caribbean States Memorandum of Agreement before June 30th, 2024. That is why we are meeting next week. Secondly, the amendments will be officially launched at the upcoming Investment Gateway Summit 2024 to be held in St. Kitts from 10th to 14th July 2024, Madam Speaker. This investment summit, where we will invite persons who have invested in St. Kitts and Nevis, who have become citizens through the program, to come to St. Kitts and Nevis to see other opportunities for investment, Madam Speaker. The CIDD unit will be operationalized before July 31st, 2024. Actual corporatization of the CIU will occur before August 31st, 2024, Madam Speaker. There are some housekeeping matters to be done at the CIU, but I want to let those at the CIU that we will make sure that we do what is necessary to be done. Madam Speaker, all these fundamental steps are being taken by my administration. This administration, as our 40-year-old CBI, is an essential characteristic of our country economically and socially. I therefore wish to assure you that I plan to do all within my power to preserve our CBI and our good name in the international community, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is a case, the RICO case. Madam Speaker, on Thursday, May 23rd, 2024, I learned of a civil lawsuit filed in the state of Florida in the United States, making allegations against certain named defendants under the RICO Act and seeking hundreds of millions of US dollars in compensation. 2 CBI programs featured predominantly in that lawsuit, Madam Speaker. On that day, I also became aware of another lawsuit filed in St. Kitts and Nevis as a judicial review claim seeking an order of mandamus to force the Minister of National Security, Immigration and Citizenship to revoke all citizenships issued to persons who successfully obtained citizenship through the PRISM project. Madam Speaker, let it be known that the PRISM project was conceptualized, Madam Speaker, and approved by the former Team Unity administration in 2021, before I took office. Madam Speaker, I had to make that clear. because people are making up stuff as they go, seeking to deceive the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker, saying that I might have been responsible for inviting those from MSR here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me read something for you to clarify part of that point. Madam Speaker, this was said by the former Prime Minister, member from number 7, and I quote, this was said, it was taped live, which I have, but I had it transcribed, and I will read it, Madam Speaker.
You're going to put on the accent too?
I'll try. The members, myself, and other ministers, not this one, Madam Speaker, give me 1 second, that is a different matter that I'll come to. Madam Speaker, let me read the different quotes here. Okay, good. So this was him, and I'm going to read it. If you wish to become a citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis, we have a number of options to which you can make investment that put you on that pathway to become a full citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis. We will have further opportunities to discuss them. But listen to this, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Philippe, your wife, Joseph, your family, for their support, Madam Speaker. We are speaking here of what the then Prime Minister said at an event of MSR. I'm referring to Philippe, Madam Speaker, for ensuring that you stay here. But I want to thank Philippe, your wife, Joseph, your family for their support, for ensuring that you stay here because it's such a beautiful place. And so again, thanks to all who have made MSR Productions possible in St. Kitts and Nevis. We thank the NIA for its own efforts, there. Thank you. Madam Speaker, people, this is the age, this is the modern age, you know. Anything you say, people tape. In the old days in politics, they used to say stump speech. You know what the stump speech means? They used to actually have a stump. So you go in one place, go talk, you tell them one thing, you go in the next place, go talk, you tell them the next thing. They want nothing to tape you. So you could fool the people over in A, and then fool them over in B, and then you have everybody fooled, and nobody knows. Nobody knows that you have all of them fooled. But Madam Speaker, in this modern age, everything is taped. I want to say the last part. And so again, thanks all who have made MSR Productions possible in St. Kitts and Nevis. We thank the NIA for its own efforts. Thank you. That's from the former Prime Minister. Again, from him, quoting Madam Speaker. I transcribed it because I think it has to be fair. I can't ad-lib this. I want to say word for word what was said. And he went on. For him, some of the most scenic areas, some of the most pristine areas of the country that can now be used to support the filming industry. So I want to thank you, Philippe. Listen, I want to thank you, Philippe. These are the words of the former Prime Minister, member from number 7. So I want to thank you, Philippe, for coming, Madam Speaker. I was not in office. I was not a member of Parliament. Thank you for falling in love again and again with St. Kitts and Nevis. And I'm certain that as members of your visiting party tour the country, understand the country more, they will want to make St. Kitts and Nevis their home away from home. Philippe. This is him. I'm telling the country he knows nothing about it. This has been recorded in his voice and his likeness. Madam Speaker, this is serious. How can you deceive the people like that? And we are encouraging you to adopt Philippe, St. Kitts and Nevis as your home away from home. There are tremendous opportunity in a developing country like ours, but one in which there is positive energy and positive leadership with grand views of where our country must go. For me, St. Kitts and Nevis must become the model for the best man in state. That is what is said here. Madam Speaker, I want to read another one. And so again, thanks to all who have made MSR Productions possible in St. Kitts and Nevis. We thank the INA for its own efforts. And to say that we are having, and to say what we are having is complimentary. For certainly, certain movies could not properly be conducted in Nevis, and they now can be done in the larger of the two islands. But the benefits flow through to one country, the country of St. Kitts and Nevis. And we certainly prefer to have you here than to have you in the Dominican Republic, than to have you in Barbados, than to have you in Antigua, than to have you in St. Martin, Philippe. In other words, we understand that you had a choice, but we are happy that you have chosen us. May God continue to bless your efforts, and may God bless the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, these are the quotes from the former Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, I want to read another part. Member from number 7. Member from number 7. Member from number 7. Madam Speaker, these are his words. So if you know you said these things, how are you going to tell the people you're not responsible for bringing him to St. Kitts, Madam Speaker? When you know the people can get the tape, so what are you going to say to the people now? That you made a mistake? You had a lapse in memory? Madam Speaker, I want to also read a quote from a past member in this House, a past member of constituency number 2, the immediate past member of constituency number 2. Because there are a lot of past members from number 2. Madam Speaker, he said, the members, listen, you know, because everybody now trying to run to the hills and distance themselves from this. This is what the member from number 2 said. Just to remind us. Can I call his name?
The past member?
Yeah.
The past member is fine.
Okay. I'm making sure, Madam Speaker, don't break your rules. The immediate past member, so I'll leave it. The immediate past member from constituency number 2, who was the representative of PAM on the other side. I think everybody knows who that is, Madam Speaker. And it said, quote, in an interview, the members, myself, and the other ministers were part of the approval process for that project while we were in government, Madam Speaker. In terms of financing, it's similar to what we did with the Park Hyatt. A developer comes in, presents a project, they are allocated X number of shares. Madam Speaker, in this case, 5,500 shares, which can go up to 25 citizenships, were approved. And he is saying here, you know,
That's for the prison.
that's for the prison. 25,000, sorry, 25,000. Not 2,500, 25,000. 5,500 citizenships granted. I mean, shares granted, which can go up to 25,000 citizenships, Madam Speaker. It says here, a developer comes in, presents a project, and they are allocated X number of shares, which represents citizenships, which they can use to finance the project. They can make available to the investors. And so the only difference is that with this particular project, the prison project, when it is completed, it will be turned over to the government to manage and to operate as a prison. Means that the government did not have to find the money to build the prison. Myself and the other ministers were part of the approval process for that project while we were in government. And it is a private project, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, how he wants to run to the hill. saying that Pam has nothing to do with this, Madam Speaker, in his own words. And he said it in a, I could say Jetto shirt?
Yeah.
In a Jetto shirt, Madam Speaker. A Jeppy shirt. A Jeppy 2 shirt. Okay. Okay, Jeppy 2 yellow shirt, Madam Speaker. These are his words, Madam Speaker. And he went on, Madam Speaker. Myself and the other ministers were part of the approval process for that project while we were in government, and it is a private project. It is being done by a private company, as with Park Hyatt, and so there is no need. It doesn't go through any government process in terms of having to tender, etc. Madam Speaker, I brought these here. Tell them not mix me. No mix up my name. We know not mix up. With that, Madam Speaker, I had nothing to do with this. Their own words, Madam Speaker, where they don't just be honest. Knowing that we can easily go back. Madam Speaker, they're trying to scrub all kind of Facebook. Scrub. I don't know if they're using steel wool, brass broom, but the more they scrub is the more the people find. Because they try to scrub these, Madam Speaker. But people already have them saved, they're saved. So each time they talk, one will come out to contradict them. So just come out and tell the people the truth. Look at here, Madam Speaker. Approve 5,500 shares, which can equate up to 25,000 citizenships. Approved, as he said, by the ministers. JP2, yellow shirt. Madam Speaker. The facts are here. Hear what they say. Don't go to, we're glad you didn't go to Barbados in local parlance. Man, we're glad you went to Antigua. Man, we're glad you went Santo Domingo in local parlance. We're glad you came to St. Kitts and Nevis. Tell the people the truth, Madam Speaker. This was concocted. A concoction, Madam Speaker. A concoction this is. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking about the RICO case. On the day that I became aware of the other lawsuit in St. Kitts and Nevis as a judicial review claim seeking an order of mandamus to force the Minister of National Security, Immigration and Citizenship to revoke all citizenships issued to persons who successfully obtained citizenship through the prison project. Madam Speaker, let it be known that the prison project was conceptualized and approved by the former Team Unity administration in 2021 before I took office, and I am laying the facts right here, Madam Speaker. The defendants in those claims have the right to defend the allegations, Madam Speaker. Everybody is due, what they call it? Due process. Everybody is due process, Madam Speaker. It is part of what you call natural what? Justice, Madam Speaker. But I am not talking about that, Madam Speaker. I am speaking to they're approving the prison project and they're inviting MSR to St. Kitts and Nevis. And to let the record show that in their own words and likeness, this was captured. Madam Speaker, on the issue of due diligence, what is particularly troubling to me, Madam Speaker, is the allegation made in both lawsuits that the prison project developer was permitted to choose a China-based company to conduct due diligence verifications on CBI applicants. Madam Speaker, I wish for the general public to know that on Monday, June 10, 2024, we received unofficial and unverified informal correspondence alleging that the said China-based due diligence company is associated with the prison project developer. Madam Speaker, those unofficial and unverified allegations have potential consequences way beyond the four walls of the lawsuits. Madam Speaker, nobody should be able to question our due diligence process. That is why we are so strict with it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, due diligence verifications are the cornerstone of the St. Kitts and Nevis CBI program. The Citizenship by Investment Unit engages professional and reputable due diligence firms to prepare due diligence reports which are to be scrutinized by the technical committee of the CIU before decisions are made whether to grant or deny application, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want the people to know, and for all involved to know, that all CBI applicants are vetted by the Joint Regional Communication Center, JRCC, a sub-agency of CARICOM Impacts, the dedicated implementation agency for crime and security in CARICOM. Once the JRCC recommends denial of a CBIP, that person's application is automatically denied. So there are multiple levels to the due diligence, Madam Speaker. All CBI applicants are vetted by the St. Kitts and Nevis Financial Intelligence Unit. Further, each applicant must satisfy international banking, anti-money laundering, and anti-terrorist financing requirements at the local bank, which processes payments made to the CIU by CBI applicants. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of hoops they have to jump in. We are serious about our due diligence, and we are adding the next loop, which is the, of course, we're talking about the international agent, security agent, that is, Madam Speaker. Nevertheless, given the unofficial and unverified allegations, I immediately inquired with the CIU unit about any China-based due diligence company with red flags. I was informed that in May 2023, the CIU discontinued the engagement of a due diligence service provider based in China. It was discovered that this due diligence firm, which operated for the CIU between 2020 and 2023, conducted due diligence verifications predominantly for those from that region. We are informed that the technical committee of the CIU, which took office in January 2023, ended all engagements with that due diligence service provider in May 2023 because the due diligence reports, though detailed, were completed more quickly than those of other companies, and we were not totally comfortable. That is what we do, Madam Speaker. We constantly verify, and where we find gaps, we deal with them, Madam Speaker. We are informed that another due diligence firm was engaged to review all applications previously verified by the China-based due diligence company. This means that all reports prepared by that company have been rejected by the CIU since May 2023 and represent less than 16% of applications filed for the prison project. Given this recent discovery, I have instructed the CIU to have other due diligence firms review all previous successful CBI applications whose verifications were conducted by that company. We are also contemplating further action. Madam Speaker, what we are saying here is we are taking responsible action. Even before all this talk, we are already taking significant action, Madam Speaker, in terms of the governance, changing regulations, tightening up on our due diligence. That is what I call responsibility. People, again, were criticizing me, Madam Speaker, because I'm the minister, and saying, what is it I'm doing? Had we not done these things, Madam Speaker, I can guarantee you we would not have our visa-free access today. Canada would not have granted us partial visa-free access as they did just recently, Madam Speaker. These actions were because of a specific strategy to position our program in a secure, sustainable manner, Madam Speaker, so that we can have it go on for a long time, but well managed, and not the mismanagement that took place previously with 25,000 citizenships for a prison. Madam Speaker, this administration has also launched an internal investigation into the unofficial and unverified allegation as to the potential connections between the prison project developer and any China-based due diligence company. We take things seriously, and we are not waiting on people to complain. We have a system in place, Madam Speaker, to deal with any issue. And so this administration will not tolerate breaches of our stringent and international respected due diligence processes. If any person or entity is found to have participated in any such breaches, the evidence will be delivered to our Director of Public Prosecutions, the person with constitutional authority to issue criminal proceedings in St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there have been some recent arrests. I also wish to quell the ridiculous and sensational lies being told by some irresponsible persons in the media trying to tie recent arrests of St. Kitts and Nevis dual citizens with this administration. Again, Madam Speaker, why are people seeking to fool the populace when you can easily go for a tape, listen, and get the facts? In the past year, we have learned that there have been persons holding St. Kitts and Nevis passports who have been arrested in high-profile criminal proceedings internationally. Madam Speaker, all of their passports were cancelled as soon as the authorities in St. Kitts and Nevis were alerted to the arrests. The irresponsible statements I speak of have suggested that these recent arrested persons obtained their citizenship since August 2022. That is a complete false statement. Madam Speaker, in local parlance, that's a big fat lie, Madam Speaker. Not just a lie, but a fat one. Not just a lie, but a big one, Madam Speaker. Let me go through them. In recent high-profile arrests, of which I am aware, as follows. With respect to the US 911 S5 botnet arrest, the arrested man's citizenship was granted on November 6, 2017. Madam Speaker, we came into office 2022. With respect to the UK cryptocurrency arrest, the arrested woman never was granted citizenship. Never. She's alleged to have used a fake passport to enter the UK, but she doesn't have St. Kitts and Nevis' citizenship. With respect to the Singapore money laundering arrest, the arrested men were granted citizenship in 2018, Madam Speaker. That predated me, predated this administration. With respect to the US pig butchering arrest, the arrested man's citizenship was granted on September 21st, 2020. Madam Speaker, I am simply saying that this is something that we continually monitor and to make sure that we protect the program as much as possible. Persons must not lie. Let us all do what we can do to make sure that we protect our country and our citizenship. Madam Speaker, not everything said on TV or to the media is truth. People can make up their own facts to support their own prejudices and their objectives. The facts are that none of the persons arrested recently obtained citizenship during this administration. However, these arrests are concerning, and we are hopeful that the CIDD unit will reduce the possibility of such arrests as we work with our international partners to sanction criminal actors. So you might do a due diligence and somebody may not have done anything. Just like anybody else from any other place, they can do something after. But we are making sure that we put a measure in place to deal with that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to go to the CBI facts, some more CBI facts. Because I have been asked over and over, what are the numbers? And again, persons who are responsible for all of this are acting as if they know nothing of it, and they are actually really deceiving the people as well. Madam Speaker, on the CBI facts, and I'll give them what we have up to this point. Our CBI program has been critical for the development of St. Kitts and Nevis. Between 2008 and 2022, or 2022, CBI generated 43% of the overall cash revenue of the federal government. 43%, Madam Speaker. Significantly high. That is 5.678 billion EC dollars in revenue at an average of 378 million EC dollars per year, Madam Speaker. In the last 5 years of the Team Unity administration, CBI generated 50% of the overall cash revenue of the federal government. In the last 2 years of Team Unity administration, CBI generated 57% of the overall cash revenue of the federal government. That is the truest economic example of putting all eggs, Madam Speaker, in one basket. This is what they have brought the country to. Fragile, risky. That is why we have to rush to implement the Sustainable Island State agenda. It is critical. The country's survival depends on a program such as this one. Depends on the Sustainable Island State agenda. Madam Speaker, the IMF in their report examining the 2022 performance of our economy said, and I quote, the growing dependence on the volatile and unsustained CBI revenue is a major source of vulnerability. Directors called for reducing dependence on CBI revenue, reduce the heavy dependence on unpredictable CBI revenue through improved structural fiscal policies, enhance accountability, and use of investment in resilience and building buffers. End of quote. Madam Speaker, we have to make sure that we do this, and this is why we want to invest in our Sustainable Island State, Madam Speaker. That is why one of our immediate priorities is to diversify the economy. The IMF recognized that this is the very same report when they said, and I quote, the lifting of all COVID-related travel restrictions in August sparked a strong rebound in the tourism sector and across the economy, Madam Speaker. That was a significant decision. Yes, that cash revenue of CBI has given us the opportunity to prosper without relying too much on international financial aid. But the Team Unity administration did nothing to diversify our economy and became over-reliant and dependent on CBI inflows. In 2022, CBI revenue reached an unsustainable level of 60% of total federal revenue. This unsustainable status quo cannot continue, and this administration has been focused on diversifying our economy. This is why economic diversification is one of the 7 pillars of our Sustainable Island State agenda. The economy, we envision, will see major inflows from tourism, major inflows from construction, major inflows from water and energy infrastructure, major inflows from the creative economy, major inflows from agriculture, major inflows from offshore education, major inflows from manufacturing, and more. Madam Speaker, this is what you call a diversification of an economy. No longer will CBI be the single leg on which our economy stands. Madam Speaker, this leads me to discuss the second absurdity we observed after taking office in August 2022. The number of passports issued to citizens by investment compared to cash revenue raised per passport issued, Madam Speaker. And I think we continue to assess, and I think this is the first time I'll give some of these numbers. Between 2008 and 2015, 2008 and 2015, 10,677 passports were issued to persons who were granted citizenships through our CBI program. The number was confirmed in 2016 by the then Prime Minister and member of St. Christopher 7 in this National Assembly, Madam Speaker. And a big song and dance was made about it, 10,000 selling passport like black pudding on a Friday. But Madam Speaker, listen, if this is black pudding on a Friday, what do you call this one? Between 2016 and 2022, when the member for number 7 was Prime Minister and Team Unity was the administration, 32,000 Bamamco, 32,606 passports, Madam Speaker, were issued to citizens by investments. 32,606 passports, Madam Speaker, were issued. Song and dance, about 10,677. But between 2016 and 2022, 32,000, Madam Speaker, 606. Wow. This is almost the population of the whole of St. Kitts, Madam Speaker. 200% in less time, because it was 2008 to 2015. Well, around the same time now, that's 6 years, and this what? 4? Yes, around the same time, 6 and 7. Madam Speaker, about 3 times as much. Madam Speaker, I didn't say 3,200, you know. I said 32,606. How can I, as the Prime Minister, Minister of National Security, Immigration and Citizenship, continue that? Madam Speaker, we can't come. This is unsustainable. It is giving away our country, taking it up and giving it away. People sweat, blood and tears in this country. Buckley's uprising in the 1930s. People died because they wanted a country of their own. And from 2016 to 2022, you afforded 32,606 passports. Exactly. Madam Speaker, this is, when I look at this number, I have to pause, Madam Speaker, multiple times and ask myself, is this a real number? And every time I go to the press conference, they ask about the number, and we kept looking and making sure that we get the right number. 32,606. Madam Speaker, how can that be allowed? How can you set up the government like this? Set up this administration because, you know, government is continuous. Madam Speaker, if a percentage of these people were to come here, that change the whole landscape. We understand the seriousness of this. How can this be sustainable? If you give 32,000 every 7 years, just through this one program alone, you'll have more citizens than citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, this is an outrage of the highest proportion. Madam Speaker, I repeat, between 2000 and 2015, 10,000. Made a big song and dance about it. And in less time gave 32,000 and set up the government to give more. Madam Speaker, however, what makes this data even more worrisome is that in 2014, the last full year, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration, St. Kitts and Nevis generated easy $270,000 per passport issued. In 2021, the last full year of Unity administration, St. Kitts and Nevis generated $77,000 per passport issued. And that is because, Madam Speaker, of the type of program they run, mismanaged, care about themselves and not care about the people. The bank accounts all over. What are we going to tell our children and grandchildren about this? What are we going to say to them, Madam Speaker? Sometimes when I hear people criticize for the measures we put in place, I ask myself, do you care about self or do you care about country? This is a serious matter. That is why we took the measure to increase the price, to cut down and the large numbers, but can generate the same amount of revenue. That would take some time to adjust. That is why we said, let's get the MOA in the region. Set a quota yearly as to how much citizenships you will give as a country. Looking at your own population, looking at its sustainability, making sure it is safe as safe can be, Madam Speaker. I mean, how can somebody approve this? This needs a public meeting, Madam Speaker. There are things I probably can't say in the way that I want to say it. Madam Speaker, let us do the maths together. 77 is 28% of 270. In other words, Team Unity devalued our citizenship to less than 30% of what it was valued on the labor. In other words, investments in our CBI program were in 2022 over 70% less than they were in 2014. This is exactly why we hear that Team Unity was selling passports like sugar cake. This is exactly why the member from number 9 said it. Team Unity was selling passport like sugar cake. Madam Speaker, we were told in 2014 during the election that we were selling passports like black pudding, and only 10,607 were issued on a Saturday afternoon. And you gone in there in less than that time and you issued 32,606 passports. Well, if this one is selling black pudding, what is one name? Selling what?
No, not Coke. Yeah.
That's expensive. What is one name?
Tamarind ball.
And sugar cake more expensive than this? Tamarind ball. Boy. What you call this?
They should apologize to the farmer administration. That's what they should do.
This can't be said. I'm still thinking of a word, Madam Speaker. If you call selling 10,000 selling black pudding, in less than that time span, you have sold 32,000 plus. Well, why you were selling it like? We can think of a word, Madam Speaker. But somebody used the word sugar cake, Madam Speaker. This is frightening. However, what makes this data even more worrisome is what I said, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I need to repeat, because numbers do not lie, between 2008 and 2015, 10,677 passports were issued. Madam Speaker, we don't sell passports. Imagine someone who was supposed to be responsible was telling the world that we sell passports. We don't sell passports, Madam Speaker. People have the opportunity to apply for citizenship after they would have made a substantial investment, and thereafter have the opportunity to apply for a passport, which the minister will determine if you're qualified or not. We don't sell passports. Irresponsible, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I said that in 2020 to 2023, as a result of 5,500 CBI units issued for the prison project, I am informed that 166 passports have been issued to citizens by investment in the last 2 years, Madam Speaker. Set up the government. Set up the government with this, Madam Speaker. I repeat, because of the prison project. Madam Speaker, the number goes up more. I can just get to the final number, Madam Speaker. Because each time I look at this number, all sort of things bubble up in me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, imagine under the previous Nevis Labour Party's watch, with the then CBI investment option over a span of 7 years between 2008 and 2015, 10,000 passports. But under the member for number 7's watch, on the Team Unity's watch, with their CBI investment options, 42,979 passports were issued. Madam Speaker, I think that is about the population of St. Kitts. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can say we are over 50,000 of passports issued. The number of passports issued is possibly as much as the population at this particular time, or could be a little higher. You have to tell the truth. The people deserve to know the truth. It is a hard truth, but it is the truth. The mismanagement of the program has seen us today have more citizens, very likely more citizens by investment in our own population here in St. Kitts and Nevis. These are the numbers they said that we should give out. But I wanted to be prudent, Madam Speaker, and to make sure that the numbers we gave were the correct numbers. 50,000 is easy to count and to be certain of. Madam Speaker, I look at that number and I ask myself all the time, if 1/5 were to come to St. Kitts and Nevis, it would be a whole different country. But Madam Speaker...
Honourable Member, you have 30 minutes left on your allotted time.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes. I don't know. Now, the reasons for the bill, Madam Speaker, I've said all of that to set the stage for the public's examination of the citizenship by investment bill, which we are debating today. Winding up the bill, the current citizenship by investment unit operates as a department within the Ministry of National Security, Immigration and Citizenship with financial oversight by the Prime Minister's Office. Operations of the CIU are therefore funded by funds appropriated in the annual estimates. Some may ask, why create a statutory corporation? Given the high volume of transactions performed by the CIU, there have been repeated budgeting issues. Example, as CBI revenues are typically under-budgeted, large appropriation warrants are issued multiple times annually to the CIU for payments of due diligence and other fees to contractors. Madam Speaker, given the types of work done at the CIU, it is more akin to a regulatory commission than a government department. There is a need for the CIU to have professional management, operations, and high-performing staff incentivized by a bonus scheme which requires appropriate compensation based on the revenue generation. Our limitation of the public service, Madam Speaker. Simply said, the way it has been operating for 40 years requires modernization. Further, oh, sorry, yes. Okay, further, we are taking on board the recommendations of our international partners. In the EU-based Financial Action Task Force, Organization of November 2023 joint report, Misuse of Citizenship by Residency by Investment Programs, the organizations recommended as follows. Responsibility and oversight. Designated agencies are encouraged to maintain sufficient authority and independence to guard against political interference in the application and approval process. CBI jurisdictions should consider designating a specific specialist government agency, state corporation, or specialist operational unit that holds the end-to-end responsibility for the safe day-to-day operation of an investment migration program and which is subject to effective oversight. Jurisdictions are encouraged to keep this authority free from political interference, operating with a clear mandate and legal framework, Madam Speaker. So in keeping with this principle, it's a principle as well of good governance that we are implementing. That is why we have brought this bill with respect to making the CBI unit into a statutory body. The entity should also possess the authority to regulate and monitor any third-party due diligence providers engaged in the program and regulate any applicant representatives and professional service providers offering investment migration services associated to their program.
If you need to add some more text,
Yes.
I can't remember.
All right. Okay. Huh? Okay, no problem.
You could take your time.
Further, the Caribbean CIU states have agreed with the U.S. Treasury Department to produce annual or biannual independent audits of CIUs. It is best accomplished by a statutory corporation with an internal chief financial officer. The bill, Madam Speaker, therefore establishes the CIU as a body corporate, with the Board of Governors being the Board of Directors, who reports to the Minister with responsibility for citizenship. Statutory corporations are no longer stranger to St. Kitts. They include 1. Development Bank, Social Security, Financial Services Regulation Commission, National Disaster Management Agency, National Housing Corporation, Clarence Fitzgerald College, Whitegate Development Corporation, Frigate Bay Development Corporation, St. Christopher ANC Port, St. Christopher Tourism Authority, St. Christopher Nevis Solid Waste Management Corporation. Oh, she's here. A National Carnival Committee. Madam Speaker, the bill also contemplates that the following 4 senior managers will be engaged to manage the CIU: a Chief Executive Officer, a Chief Financial Officer, a Chief Due Diligence / Anti-Money Laundering Compliance Officer, a Chief Marketing Officer. The bill contemplates that the funds of the unit shall consist of 1. The first year after establishment of the unit, money is appropriated by the National Assembly. 2. All application processing fees paid to the unit and related to an application for citizenship by investment. 3. Any net balance of due diligence fees paid to the unit and related to an application for citizenship by investment. 4. A percentage of the post-approval in principle CBI application fees paid to the unit for processing an application for citizenship by investment as determined by the Minister with the approval of the Federal Cabinet and after consultation with the Financial Secretary. Such sums as the unit may borrow for meeting any of its obligations are discharging its functions. All other sums that may become payable to are vested in the unit in respect of any matter incidental to its powers and duties. I therefore wish to make a few things clear, Madam Speaker. 1, we anticipate that the net due diligence fees and IMA/authorized agent fees will be sufficient to run the operations of the new CIU statutory corporation. All current staff of the CIU will be treated respectfully, and I want to say this, and provided with fair options. This is a process that has happened before, and the Human Resource Department with the PMO knows what is required. Madam Speaker, the main revenue of the CBI, which are post-approval in principle CBI application fees and the Sustainable Island State contribution, will be paid into the consolidated fund. I want to say that very clearly. Will be paid into the consolidated fund. The main revenue of CBI, which are post-approval in principle CBI application fees and the Sustainable Island State contribution, will be paid into the consolidated fund, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when one thinks about this clearly, the CIU should have become a statutory corporation some time ago. It requires a private sector style structure to perform at optimum efficiency. The reporting and audit provisions in the bill are key. Madam Speaker, Section 25(1). The unit shall, within 2 months after each financial year, have its accounts audited annually by an independent auditor appointed by the unit, who shall conduct the audit in accordance with generally accepted international auditing standards and provide an audited report to the unit. Section 25(2). Members of the unit, its Board of Governors, officers, and employees of the unit shall grant to the auditor appointed pursuant to subsection 1 access to all books, deeds, contracts, accounts, vouchers, and other documents which the auditor may deem necessary, and the auditor may require the person holding or accountable for such document to appear, make a signed statement, or provide such information in relation to the document as the auditor deems necessary. 26. Audit. Section 25.3, a person who fails to comply with subsection 2 commits an offense and on summary conviction is liable to a fine not exceeding $50,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years or to both, and to revocation of his or her appointment as a member of the unit, member of the Board of Governors, officer or employee of the unit in accordance with this Act. Section 25.4, a copy of the audited statement of accounts of the unit shall be published in the official gazette. 26, annual report. Section 26.1, the unit shall, as soon as possible after the end of each financial year, and in any event not later than 31st day of October of any year, submit to the minister a report containing A, an account of the performance of the activities and operations of the unit during the preceding year, B, an assessment of any marketing or advertising programs undertaken, and C, a statement of the audited accounts of the unit. Section 25.2, the minister shall lay a copy of the report referred to in subsection 1 of this section for the National Assembly as soon as practicable after receiving the report. Madam Speaker, I know I went a little fast, but I've slowed down. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, our well-respected CBI is the longest standing in the world, and we are proud of what it has done for our people, Madam Speaker. My goal, this administration's goal, is to preserve our CBI program and make it sustainable. We met it in an unsustainable state. That is why we have done so many good things over the last 21 months to buttress the integrity of our CBI program. Madam Speaker, things that we have done that have been challenging, difficult. For some it has been like swallowing a bitter pill. But after the people would have heard what I have said today, the people, I think, have a clearer understanding as to why we had to do what we did. Madam Speaker, all this good governance reform work has led us to the impending launch of our revamped CBI program at the Investment Gateway Summit scheduled for July 10th to 14th in St. Kitts. I want to say that again, Madam Speaker. We are setting up to, in a sense, set our program and a new path, and we are doing that at our Investment Gateway Summit scheduled for July 10th to 14th here in our Federation. The debate of the Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024 is another step in the right direction for our CBI program to survive, for us to protect our reputation, for us to protect our nation, and for us to be able to diversify our economy and to bring good governance to such a program that can have tremendous positive benefits. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, the mover of the bill. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion, but I also wish to reserve my right to speak at a later period in the debate.
Very well. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to lend my own voice and thoughts and ideas and commendations to what has just been presented by the mover of the bill, our distinguished Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Minister of National Security, Immigration, Citizenship, etc., who has responsibility for citizenship by investment. Madam Speaker, this bill, as the mover has indicated, has come to us at a very critical time. And I just want to add my own quota to the debate considering that this is the most historical moment in our development as a country, where the tool, one of the important tools, and one of the important strategic decisions taken many years ago in terms of the continuing development of our country is under severe attack. Not only attack from within this country and from without this country, but to some extent as well is highly observed by our international partners, and thus it has become the focus of our future development as a people and as a country. So the Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024, it is to provide for the establishment of a Citizenship by Investment Unit for St. Christopher and Nevis as a body corporate and for other related matters. And so this bill, this law, is to change what is the existing Citizenship by Investment Unit, because there is, in fact, a unit in existence, which has been in existence for a long time, since there was a revisiting of the initial practice of using citizenship by investment to not only attract investment to our country, but in the process, as the mover of the bill said, invite persons who would have been appropriately screened, invite persons having invested a large sum of money into our country. They were then invited to become part of us by granting them citizenship, thus they having the right to access a passport in the process. So I want to put it in context in the sense that there is a Citizenship by Investment Unit, but we want to change how that unit operates at this time. At the moment, the unit is in fact part of the program which is within the office of the Prime Minister, or used to be, I should say, in the office of the Prime Minister. But now the unit is one of those entities of the government that is associated with national security, immigration, citizenship, all of which are handled within the portfolio of our Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Minister of Health, etc., etc., etc. So we want to change that to some extent, as the mover of the bill has said, because maybe our international partners seem to feel more comfortable if there isn't a direct ministerial command, a direct ministerial guidance and decision on matters pertaining to citizenship by investment. And so it is now being placed into a body corporate, which to some extent is still affiliated with the government, and a ministerial guideline, if you want to call it that, but to some extent has a little more independence. You being a lawyer, you Madam Speaker, would know exactly what I'm talking about. It has some independence to some extent, in the sense that there is going to be a board, a chairman, and maybe, I'm not certain how the construct will be in the end, where maybe the chairman of the board will, from time to time, report directly to the permanent secretary or the minister. And I believe here's where the Attorney General will come in after, because he has reserved his right to speak. And some of these matters, I believe, will be clarified by the distinguished Attorney General. But what I want to say around what is the main thrust of this piece of legislation is that the history of the program is important, which is what I think the mover of the bill spent quite a bit of time on dealing with. The program came out of what was our independence legislation independence constitution, at the point of attaining independence from Great Britain. To some extent, it empowered the new government with the right to determine who gets citizenship. Not that it was not there before, but the construct was different in the new constitution. And so it was under the time of our first Prime Minister that this very important tool was being used to advance development, attract investment into our country. I had the opportunity and privilege, Madam Speaker, together with the men and the women who served with me in Parliament at the time when we saw that the sugar industry was failing, that we had to think out of the box as to how we were going to be able to move our country forward despite the failure of the sugar industry, which for 400 years had sustained the economic development of our country, and thus, to a large extent, of our own people here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And so, members of the cabinet got together, we listened to our advisors, credible advisors, men who were trained in economics, who understood development, and we put ourselves together and we said, how can we utilize what we have to ensure that our people continue to advance and development as we march further and further away from the date of independence in 1983. And to a large extent, we came up with a revisiting of the practice of granting citizenship to persons in order to encourage investment. That was it, simple as that. How do we do that? But how do we do it in a way that will not in any way endanger our citizenship? How can we do it to ensure that countries will want to do business with us and our citizens rather than shunning us? And one important thing that we said we had to do was to ensure that there was appropriate due diligence. We had to make sure that the money that was being invested was clean and good money. We wanted to make sure that persons who were coming in and who were investing and then being invited to become a citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis, that such persons did not have criminal records that would be an embarrassment to us and to other countries across whose borders they would have to travel. And so we relied in quite a bit on the program of due diligence, which has been outlined by the mover of the bill, our Prime Minister. Over the years, it has moved from just simply the local police and the CID and so forth, to the region, to what has been established by CARICOM and our partners, especially in the regional security system. And then, once we became conscious of the international reach of our program and international persons were being attracted, we used the presence and the operations of the Financial Services Regulatory Commission. Because there was a time, Madam Speaker, when the due diligence was being handled from within the unit itself, the Citizenship by Investment Unit. And then when we recognized that there was this dramatic increase in the numbers, we said, let us go to an international company. And Dun & Bradstreet was one of the common ones that we were using in those days. And then the FSRC took it over from the unit itself. And that became a critically important entity, especially when we then began to align our international financial services with the international community. The FSRC became a critical entity to ensure that we kept in line with the rest of the world and what was acceptable to the OECD countries in particular. And so the FSRC then became the instrument that we would rely upon to guide us as to who was considered credible, who was having a criminal record or not. And even if you had a criminal record, even if you would have maybe been charged with some offense, but you went to the court and the court freed you, then of course we would be guided by the decisions that would have been taken by the court, even though a person might have admitted that they were charged with something. You look at it in great detail and determine whether or not that was sufficient in preventing that person from entering into the program. The whole thing is that we believe that the program was important to us. I don't have to go through the statistics that you've heard. The Prime Minister a moment ago outlined the hundreds of thousands of dollars which it came in. I remember there was a time when we had a 187% of debt to GDP. 187. Maybe one of the highest in the world. It was through this program, apart from the debt restructuring exercise that we had, that brought our debt down from 187% of GDP to just about 70%, one of the highest in the whole Eastern Caribbean region, then became one of the lowest in the Caribbean region because of the contribution that was being made by the Citizenship by Investment Unit. There was a lot of song and dance in those days. We have the former deputy in the gallery there. We would remember the song and dance in those days that we've had as to whether or not the creation of the Sugar Industry Diversification Foundation was an appropriate thing to do. Where should the money from the SIDF go? Should it remain in the vaults of the corporation, of the foundation, or it should be into the consolidated fund? Long arguments took place in the 2020, 2010, and so forth, because we created this entity back in 2004, 2005, when the sugar industry was closed. The point I want to make, Madam Speaker, is that we cannot allow persons for their own personal ambitions and gains, persons who might have become bankrupt, persons who are still having problems with this government and persons in this government, to take out and empty their claw on us here in this country with regard to the citizenship by investment program. Because some people are bent on destroying the program. And we shall not allow that to happen here in this country at all. We don't care who it is, where they come from, what has been their track record. You can't say that you want to sue a country and get in compensation from the sue over $1 trillion as compensation. And that is what is happening around us today, Madam Speaker. Some people have taken this too far, and in taking it that far, they are destroying the economy of St. Kitts and Nevis. They are destroying St. Kitts and Nevis on a whole. Because even though we may not have been perfect in what we do, at least what is the alternative to the citizenship by investment program as we try to diversify the economy here in St. Kitts and Nevis? All those schools that have been built and repaired, all those houses that we can boast of, all the roads that we have repaired after hurricanes, the basic infrastructure that we have put in place over the years. Where do you think the money come from? It comes from the SIDF. It comes from the Citizenship by Investment Program. All those small businesses that were established in 2010 to 2015, when you could have gone to save and borrow money as a small businessman to start up your businesses. When Ambassador Hazel was in charge of that, where do you think the money came from? The money came from this same program to help small people, to build our country and transition us into a modern economy and state. Madam Speaker, we need to understand that what is happening here today in this parliament is an attempt, as the Prime Minister has said, to even insulate this even more because of the critical importance it has in the continued development and advancement of our country and our people. A lot of sensation is out there. But the crux of the matter is that some people, for their own personal purposes, are trying to destroy the program because they may not have been successful as others in the execution of their businesses using the same program. Not saying that the program is perfect, but it has done it has done a lot of good for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so I support the continued changes that are being made to the program. I support the structuring that will come into being from what this piece of legislation, the Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024, is seeking to do. We have to make sure, however, and I think the Prime Minister, the mover of the bill, outlined that the money which is being collected from this program, which comes through the unit, the money finds its way in its proper place to ensure that it can be used for the development of our people as we advance our country forward. We have to make sure that the specific sections, clauses and subclauses speak to those things, because those things are critical if this program is going to continue to be a beacon of light in the continued financing of projects to move our country forward. Madam Speaker, I don't think I have much more to say. I just wanted to make and emphasize those things. The structure is here, it has been outlined. The bill is a relatively short bill. It has, Madam Speaker, only a few sections, 18 sections. It outlines the accountability annually, the annual report. It speaks to the accounts. It speaks to the auditing, because this program, this unit, whether the unit is tasked with handling most of the funds, or the funds are placed mostly into the consolidated fund, the important thing, Madam Speaker, is access to those funds to finance the development of our people and to advance our country. That is what I think has to be safeguarded. With those few words, thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 6. Is there another presenter? Recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, may it please you, having reserved my right to speak on the bill, I don't have much to add, as the Prime Ministers that have spoken before me has spoken in great detail about this simple yet very important bill titled the Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill. All I wish to do, Madam Speaker, in this short presentation is to go through the various sections of the bill with the people of St. Kitts and Nevis so that they can understand what it is. Because, Madam Speaker, though I've been in this business for a very short time, I know that there are bad people in this country who like to mislead, and it seems like they take pleasure in misleading the general public. So our goal is to elucidate and clarify what we're doing in this honourable House. It starts with the traditional sections, Madam Speaker, the short title, the interpretation section. Section 3 deals with the establishment of the actual unit, which is the statutory corporation, which has perpetual succession and a common seal. It speaks to the composition of the unit, being the Chief Executive Officer, the Chief Financial Officer, the Chief Due Diligence and Anti-Money Laundering Compliance Officer, the Chief Marketing Officer, and other staff of the unit. It then speaks to technical matters like the seal of the unit, which is Section 5. 6 is the appointment and function of the Citizenship by Investment Board of Governors, who also serve on the board as the Board of Directors of the unit. It speaks to their general responsibilities. It then speaks to the membership of the Board of Governors, and the minister shall appoint the various persons. And they shall not, the board shall consist of not less than 5 and not more than 7 persons. The board is supposed to meet at least once a month and keep proper minutes of its proceedings. That's Section 8. Section 9 is a standard section which validates the proceedings of the Board of Directors. Section 10 is disclosure of interests. So any of the members of the Board of Directors have to disclose any interest in any decisions that are made by the Board of Directors, the Board of Governors. The Board of Governors are to be gazetted, that's Section 11. They can be paid by way of remuneration appointed by the Minister with the approval of the Cabinet, That's a standard clause in most statutory corporations. It then speaks to the Chief Executive Officer and the responsibilities of the Chief Executive Officer. It then speaks to the staff of the unit and says that specifically, Madam Speaker, and I think this is important for our people to know, there must be a Chief Financial Officer, there must be a Chief Due Diligence and Anti-Money Laundering Compliance Officer, and there needs to be a Chief Marketing Officer, Madam Speaker. The officers are appointed by the Minister after consultation with the Board of Governors. Then there's Section 15, which is standard for most statutory corporations, which provides that persons in the civil service, appointed in the civil service, can be seconded to the corporation. It also speaks to something that is in practice now in the unit, but now is formally in place, which is Section 16, the oath of secrecy and confidentiality, which all persons must take when working with the unit. Section 17 is a standard section related to protection from liability of the members of the board once they act in good faith. Funds of the unit shall consist, and I'll go through in detail, Madam Speaker, in the first year, so before the unit is actually functioning, we have to come into this National Assembly and appropriate funds for it to operate. So in the first year, money is appropriated by the National Assembly. All non-refundable application processing fees paid to the unit, I believe that fee is around $250 per application. All non-refundable application fees paid by authorized agents. Authorizations pay an annual fee to the unit to be registered as authorized agents to submit applications. All non-refundable application fees paid by international marketing agents. Any net balance of the non-refundable fees paid to the unit for due diligence background checks and related to an application. Madam Speaker, there's a fee for the due diligence process. However, the cost of the due diligence is less than the fee. So any net balance or profit from those fees can be used for the operations of the unit. And I think this is important for people to know. A percentage of the post-approval in principle application fees, as determined by the Federal Cabinet after consultation with the Financial Secretary, which percentage shall not exceed 50%. So in other words, Madam Speaker, the application fees, which range around 20, I think it's 20 or 25,000 US dollars per applicant, main applicant, and less for the dependents and so forth. That is a lot of money. So we believe that the unit will be able to function based on the items I referred to earlier. But if Cabinet believes, based on the report from the unit, that they are not making enough money to function, then the power is with the Cabinet to then determine, after sitting down with the Financial Secretary, whether to apportion a certain percentage of the application fees to the operation of the unit. And it cannot exceed 50%. And then monies that the unit may borrow from time to time, and any other sums that become vested in the unit. People might donate money to the unit. Those are the funds that operate the unit. Other than that, Madam Speaker, Section 18 says the payments, other than that, the funds that are received for the post-approval in principle application fees and any sustainable island state contributions, SISCs are currently 250,000 US dollars. Those checks will be written to the Accountant General and paid into the consolidated fund. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the unit also has borrowing powers, as is typical of any corporation. The government may guarantee any loan that the unit may have to take. The unit shall not dispose of any capital assets without permission from the minister. The financial year is set in Section 23. The accounts, as the Prime Minister and member for number 8 said earlier, have to be kept, proper accounts. There must be an 24. Oh, sorry. Proper accounts may be kept. I don't understand now. The audit must be done annually, And the audit, Madam Speaker, is published in the Gazette. Because such an important statutory corporation, there must be transparency. The ultimate transparency is any human being with the fee payable to the Gazette can access the audit of the CBI unit. And then there's an annual report that is tabled in this National Assembly. And to answer the question for the member for number 6, former Prime Minister, there's a general section 27 which says the minister may give the Board of Governors directions of a general nature in respect of the policy to be followed by the unit in performance of its functions, and the Board of Governors shall comply with those directions. That is a standard clause, Madam Speaker, that is found in most of the statutory corporations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where the policy directive of the minister, a statutory corporation being an arm of the executive, the minister can give general directions as to policy for the unit. And the last section, Madam Speaker, is that the minister may create regulations. So as you can see, Madam Speaker, it's a very simple bill, but very important. And I think, having gone through, I hope that everyone understands what it is, and that when the misinformation is published by enemies of the state, our people can say that their parliamentarians have said what this bill represents, and no one can fool them off with their propaganda and lies. With that said, Madam Speaker, I wish the bill safe passage.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Are there any other presenters?
Madam Speaker, I rise.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8. The mover of the bill to do his wrap-up.
I rise to wrap up the debate on a bill shortly entitled Citizenship by Investment Unit, Bill 2024, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've spoken for a long time on this, and I've given very critical information with respect to the Citizenship by Investment Unit, the whole program of Citizenship by Investment, and have laid before this House information that I think the citizens would find very pertinent. A number of things are critical, Madam Speaker. One is that we started to act to make sure that we did everything to protect the program. And I was mentioned that this bill that we bring here today to be passed in this honorable House is to further strengthen and protect the Citizenship by Investment program. Why is that so, Madam Speaker? Because even though we are diversified economy, this program forms part of that diversified economy. It also makes sure that we manage it to the best that it can be managed, that we comply with a number of critical matters that are critical to the principles of good governance. Madam Speaker, we also have to make sure that we do everything to preserve it so that it is not destroyed. Because as we stand now, Madam Speaker, if this program is destroyed, it knocks St. Kitts and Nevis really hard when it comes to our economic development and stability. And that is why we have to continue to push hard to get to the sustainable island state. I want to say that it is clear that in the first part of managing the program, that there was a great deal of prudence in making sure that you manage how many citizenships and the cost to invest to have access to the citizenship. That was critically important compared to where we are today. Madam Speaker, the people want the truth. I keep saying that it borders on treason to give up to 25,000 citizenships for prison, Madam Speaker. I can't get over that yet. And that is why we are making sure that that does not happen again. When it comes to our due diligence, we are very strict, Madam Speaker. You have to go through a number of loops in order for you to be declared having a clean due diligence report, Madam Speaker. That we're not compromising on. And we're even strengthening it by adding an international security agent, or unit that will deal with continued due diligence and monitoring to engender further confidence in our international partners that we are serious about security. It is all of our duty in St. Kitts and Nevis to protect this program, Madam Speaker. It is the duty of all to protect its reputation, to protect the financial benefits, to protect the country on the whole, Madam Speaker. I cannot stress that enough. And with all that has been happening around this program, let it be clear that our strategic approach has always been to make this program strong and to set it on the principles of good governance. We are not reacting to anything, Madam Speaker. This bill was read for the first time in this honorable House before all of this that is happening presently. So we are not reacting to anything. This was laid and it's following the strategic path up to the point where we will have our investment summit, where at that summit we want to, of course, reveal the revamped program, which is very, very soon, Madam Speaker. That is a strategic plan that we have to make sure that our international partners are satisfied, to make sure that those who use the citizenship by investment program for projects, that they too have a stable and secure program, to ensure that they continue to serve St. Kitts and Nevis in the way that it should serve us, Madam Speaker. So we are not reacting. I'm hopeful now that our people can see why we acted with such urgency, Madam Speaker, in terms of dealing with, resolving the issues surrounding the governance of the program, where we acted with such, I wouldn't say haste, but we made haste slowly, in the sense that we were prudent in making sure that everything that we wanted to be put in place be put in place. There are challenges, Madam Speaker. We are at the crossroads. We are not out of the woods, but we continue to work hard and diligently to make sure that this program survives and is protected. This has been, as I say, the most challenging of all the things that we inherited. Madam Speaker, I want to reiterate the point that what happened was a travesty. And to add to that, to then try to deceive the people. And the deception can easily be dispelled because of records, electronic records, and other types of records, Madam Speaker. And so I want to wrap up by saying to all of our people here in St. Kitts and Nevis, to our international partners, that St. Kitts and Nevis has been responsible in terms of its due diligence and improving the program. We have been to the meetings, we have sat, we have gone through, and we have implemented. I want to say to my fellow OECS members who have CBI programs that we are going to meet very shortly. But I really want to thank them for signing the MOA so that as a region, a sub-region, we can all sit together and harmonize this industry so that all can benefit, Madam Speaker. I want to also thank those who mean well for St. Kitts and Nevis and have been rooting for St. Kitts and Nevis and helping us to get through this challenging period, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Cabinet of Ministers who have also been working tirelessly hard with me as the Minister, the AG and so forth, to get the regulations in place. And hopefully now people can fully understand why is it we acted with such haste, and that haste was to protect the program, to make sure that St. Kitts and Nevis continues as a country to benefit from this if it is done the right way. And I want to lastly say that this program has the ability to survive, to thrive, and I will say, Madam Speaker, long live St. Kitts and Nevis's Citizenship by Investment Program. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the honourable member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill. The question is that the bill shortly entitled Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the establishment of a citizenship by investment unit for St. Christopher and Nevis as a body corporate and for related matters, otherwise known as the Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage. Honourable AJ.
Madam Speaker, there's one proposed change to the short title.
Your mic, AG.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there's one proposed change to Section 1 to introduce a commencement provision so that the various sections of the legislation can be brought in at different times. For example, the Board of Governors will have to be set up to start interviewing for staff members and the various positions. So that will need to be done before the unit can actually become operationalized. So the proposed amendment is that the section read, subsection 1, this act may be cited as a Citizenship by Investment Unit Act 2024, and subsection 2, this act shall come into operation on a date to be specified by the minister by order published in the Gazette, and different sections of this act may come into force on different dates.
Yeah. The question is that Section 1, as amended and circulated, stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 2 through 28.
The question is that clauses 2 through to 28 stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Schedules 1 and 2.
The question is that Schedules 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 8.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to report that the bill, shortly entitled Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024, has passed through committee stage with amendment, as was read, and therefore I further move that the bill be read a third time and pass into law. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Seconder. Recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, I second that motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the establishment of a citizenship by investment unit for St. Christopher and Nevis as a body corporate and for related matters, otherwise known as the Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024.
The bill shortly entitled Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024 has been read a third time and passed into law. Honourable members, I need to place on the record the fiat to evidence that the National Assembly was in compliance with Standing Orders 25 and 54. The fiat reads as follows. To the Honourable Minister of Finance. In pursuance of Section 43 of the St. Christopher and Nevis Constitution Order, 1983, and acting in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet, I recommend for the introduction into the National Assembly the following. 1. The National Conservation and Environment Management Bill 2024. 2. The Anti-Smuggling of Migrants Bill 2024. 3. Citizenship by Investment Unit Bill 2024. This was dated the 14th of June 2024 by the Governor General, Dame Marcella Liebert. The signification of the Minister in respect of the above matter in accordance with Standing Orders 25 and 54. To the Honourable Speaker, I signify that Her Excellency, the Governor-General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet and in pursuance of the relevant provisions of the Constitution, recommends the introduction. This is dated the 14th day of June 2024 by the Minister of Finance. That is the fiat read into the record. You may proceed, Madam Clerk. I
Yes,
recognize the
Madam
Honourable
Speaker, at
Member.
this moment, we'd like to suggest a 10-minute break,
Very well.
leave, in preparation for conclusion of today's session.
Very well. I will ask for 10 minutes.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Shake, shake, shake your booty. Shake, 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 shake your booty. Shake, 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 shake.
House resumes. Next item.
Motions, resolutions.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I rise to lay and read before this honorable House a resolution titled Resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher Nevis authorizing guarantee for the National Housing Corporation Climate Smart Homes Program. Whereas it is provided by Section 55B of the Finance Administration Act, Cap 20.13, that a guarantee of a financial liability shall not be given by the government unless it is authorized by resolution of the National Assembly. And whereas the government on April 28, 2023 became a party to an agreement with East Coast Housing Development Limited, East Coast Housing, and the National Housing Corporation, in which East Coast Housing, as the developer, is required to construct up to 2,400 low-income climate-smart homes over a 4-year period, utilizing the modern and efficient Creed-form reinforced concrete construction solution by training and engaging resident contractors and construction workers. The project. And whereas the agreement requires East Coast Housing to sell the climate-smart homes to residents of St. Kitts for fixed prices of EC $111,375 for a one-bedroom home, that is 450 square feet, EC $213,345 for a two-bedroom home, 862 square feet, and EC $297,000 for a three-bedroom home, 1,200 square feet, inclusive of full-size energy-efficient refrigerator, 4-burner gas stove, and a solar water heater. And whereas the National Housing Corporation and the government are satisfied that the two model climate-smart homes developed by East Coast Housing, constructed by resident contractors and construction workers, and delivered free of cost to two deserving families in Connery and Taylors, were built in a good workman-like manner, meeting the standard. I see the leader of government business telling me to slow down. Okay. Delivered free of cost to two deserving families in Connery and Taylors, were built in good workman-like manner, meeting the standard of construction in accordance with Building Code of St. Kitts and Nevis, and were completed in accordance with the construction documents as certified by the issue of a certificate of completion by National Housing Corporation. And whereas 1,032 resident landowners of St. Kitts have already applied to National Housing Corporation to purchase a climate-smart home to be constructed on their land, and 169 of those resident landowners have already qualified for mortgage loans through local financial institutions or have proved that they have the cash available to purchase a climate-smart home. And whereas East Coast Housing has begun preparing 50 resident landowner lots for construction of climate-smart homes in the first phase of construction of climate-smart homes, now therefore be resolved by the National Assembly of St. Christopher and Nevis that the government hereby guarantees the sum of $10,260,000 US, representing a guarantee of the sums to be contractually payable by the National Housing Corporation to East Coast Housing to construct the first phase of climate-smart homes on lands owned by resident landowners of St. Kitts who have been approved by the National Housing Corporation. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Right. Madam Speaker, you said I can speak a little bit. I think I've spoken a lot for today. But just to say, the Minister for Housing is not here with us today. He is the member from number one, rather. And remember that one of the commitments that was made by this Labour administration was that we would embark on a massive housing revolution. Earlier, in this term, we would have seen that there was an agreement signed between East Coast Housing and NHC, and also we would have seen two model houses built by East Coast Housing and people of St. Kitts and Nevis, especially in St. Kitts, people are satisfied with the quality and the size of the houses. Let me reiterate something here. Initially, the plan for the houses was that each bedroom would be 10 by 10. NHC had an open day, a fair, housing fair. The people went and they said they would prefer the rooms to be 12 by 12. And therefore, East Coast had to go back, adjust its plans and everything that goes with that. And that would have delayed them because we asked as a people for changes to the homes. And that is why we are a bit delayed as well. And so now we have seen the completion of 2 model homes, and the people have expressed satisfaction. We are now moving full force into expanding building of these homes. Remember, these homes are being built climate smart. You can also build upstairs, that is facilitated, and you also get appliances in the homes as well. So these are the promises, or the commitments rather, that were made, and these are the commitments that are being met. Let me also say that the government is not spending any money directly. East Coast would source their funding from their lending institution. They would then build the houses as they are supposed to, according to contract, and those houses are supposed to be delivered to NHC, to be delivered to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. So I want to say to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that the government is at no risk when it comes to this housing program. However, it gives the opportunity for us to roll out in full, starting to build houses in mass for our people. But before I get there, Madam Speaker, let it be known that NHC is building houses even today. And so I am told that NHC has constructed over 80 plus houses thus far, even without the full implementation of this program. We also want to guarantee that each constituency in St. Kitts and Nevis would get their fair share of houses. The houses will not be concentrated in no one constituency, Madam Speaker. This is to be distributed across St. Kitts and Nevis so that all of our people can benefit. Why this is important? This will generate significant economic activity, a lot more jobs for those who are in the construction workers. And we know the construction workers, they have been asking as well. And this would ensure that they get more jobs as a result of this. This is a massive program that will employ a lot of people for a long time, Madam Speaker. And this is what we speak about when we say we want to develop a sustainable island state. One, houses being built. They are cheaper than the regular houses that are built presently. For example, if you go and build a 2-bedroom house, it costs you around between $240,000 to $250,000 with no appliances. With these, you get a 2-bedroom house, 12 by 12 space. People have seen the houses built. You get appliances in there, as is mentioned in the resolution. Plus, the houses are significantly cheaper. It is $213,000 for a 2-bedroom compared to $240,000. Over a mortgage lifetime, that is a significant amount of money. So it means people have a better opportunity to qualify for these houses as well. And NHC has a number of other opportunities for persons. So the NHC will also be doing what they have to do to make sure that they meet the needs of our people. So I want to say, Madam Speaker, that with this, we are going to see almost immediate movement now towards rolling out in full the housing revolution that the minister, that the member from number 1 always speaks of as the minister responsible for housing. I'm so sorry that he's not here today to really have his say on this, because this is something that he has been speaking of for a very, very long time. May it please you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Seconder.
Madam Speaker, I second the motion.
The question is that the resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher Nevis authorizing guarantee for the National Housing Corporation Climate Smart Homes Program be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The resolution of the National Assembly of St. Christopher Nevis authorizing guarantee for the National Housing Corporation Climate Smart Homes Program has been adopted. Next item on the order paper.
Adjournment.
I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 8.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, just allow me to say one thing. Mr. Samuel, Delbert Samuel, rather, better known as Ubuto, was laid to rest yesterday in St. Peter's. I attended the funeral virtually because I was stuck in Miami because of the weather and could not get out. I was able, however, to send a videotape message from my hotel room. I just want to extend again my deepest condolences to his wife and to his family and to the greater St. Peter's area. I want to say that he was a tremendous source of support. He was a good man, and he has gone on to be with his Lord. And may his soul rest in eternal peace. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam, with your leave, I rise to move a motion to have this House adjourn sine die.
The question is that this honorable...
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, honorable member for St. Christopher 2.
Sorry, before the vote is cast, yes, I almost forgot. Mr. PM, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Former Prime Minister, Foreign Minister, Mr. AG, Mr. Member from number 4, not the clerk as yet, Deputy Clerk, members in the gallery, and all who are listening. We want to take this opportunity from the government side to wish all fathers a very happy Father's Day on Sunday coming. Fathers sometimes, are not as praised as the mothers, sometimes for good reason. But among us, there are some very good men who are doing some very good things for their children, and we need to celebrate them. So anyone that you know who has fathered or who has been a father to anyone, I want us to wish them all happy Father's Day. To my own father, who has taught me a lot, and his father, and so on, etc. We want to send happy Father's Day to each and every one. I know that the PM has invited us all as a federation, and I'm sure including himself, to get to work in becoming more fathers. And I know that he's a man of his word, so I'm looking forward to that. So with those few words, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I ask that this House now be adjourned sine die.
Thank you, honorable member for St. Christopher 3. The question is that this honorable House stands adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This House stands adjourned.